So, as is traditional, let's start with lighting our lamp, and then I'll introduce K7 after that. Here we go. And then you can also please do in the chat if the quality of anything is problematic. Let me know. Hopefully it should be lighting our lamp. Uh-oh. All right. Is it coming? Is it okay? Oh. So let me, without further ado, introduce to you our first speaker, Professor Kesavan Velutat. Many of you, of course, for many of you, Professor Velutat needs no introduction whatsoever. He's perhaps the foremost living authority on the early medieval and early modern history of Kerala and South India more broadly. He earned his doctorate from the University of Calicut, where he was a student, I believe, of M.G.S. Narayanan. Uh, Dr. Kesavan is an emeritus professor of history at Delhi University, where he served for many years until I think 2008. And now he's back in Kerala. Um, he's published countless essays, articles, monographs, volumes on the history of early medieval South India. I'm sure many of us have read many of these and cited many of them in our work. Well, let me just name three, three volumes. Brahmin Settlements in Kerala, which was published in 1978, The Political Structure of Early Medieval South India, which was in 1993, as well as The Early Medieval in South India in 2009. Today, in order to help us establish a kind of backdrop for our understanding of the body language of Kuriyattam, Professor Velutat will speak to us about the historical evolution of Kuriyattam, a survey. So let me unshare here and can hand it over to Professor Velutat.
Thank you. Thank you, Adhish, for those kind words and also inviting me to this symposium. Thank you particularly for making this the best of this bad bargain and having a virtual meeting of all of us. Today, I'm going to make a brief survey of the historical evolution of Kudiyattam. I seek your permission to say a word of apology to those of my colleagues who are knowledgeable about Kudiyattam. What I say here may sound too elementary and too well known to them. But since I am addressing a gathering where non-specialists are larger in number, I do not want to take too much for granted. Kuthu and Kudiyattam are theatrical performances rendering Sanskrit compositions and plays in Kerala. It is performed generally by men of the Chakyar caste taking the role of male characters and women of the Nambiar caste called Nangyars taking the role of female characters. The instrumental music in the background on drums is played by Nambiar men and on light cymbals by Nangyar. It has a long history going back to several centuries. Another form of performance closely related is Pathakam, where it is less elaborate and more popular. These are regional adaptations of what are called goshtis as at a subcontinental level, theorized at many levels in textbooks of stagecraft in Sanskrit. Kooth means dance and is derived from Sanskrit kurda, to play. Kurda kridayam. Kudiyattam combines the past participle kudi, jointly, and the verbal noun atam, play, acting. Scholars have interpreted it variously, but the usage among the Sakyas and a recently published manuscript from the early 18th century makes it clear that while Kuthu is used to describe a solo performance by an actor, Kudiyattam is the performance where more than one character appears on the stage. Historical documents use generally the word Kuthu whether there are one or more characters on the stage, though the word Kudiyattam is used in situations where more than one character makes an appearance. Thus, we have the Kaliyangan Kuthu, Matavilasam Kuthu, Mandrangam Kuthu, Ramayana Kuthu, and so on. I use the expression Kudiyattam here as a shorthand for Kuthu, Kudiyatam, and Pathakam. To be sure, it is not from Kerala that we have the earliest evidence of Sanskrit plays presented on stage. In fact, the Natyasastra, attributed to Bharata, is a treatise which covers dance, dramaturgy, poetry, and music, and is dated within the bracket of the 2nd century BCE and 5th century CE. The tradition of staging Sanskrit plays continued in the subsequent centuries, as evidence from literature proves. However, it seems it was in Kerala that it continued beyond the medieval period. The earliest reference to a performance of Sanskrit play in South India, Ariyakuthu in Tamil, is arguably in the epic Chilappatikaram. There is a beautiful account of a Kutha Chakayan from Parayur, renowned for Brahmins proficient in the 4 Vedas, performing what is called Kotichera. And I have given the translation, but I don't think it is necessary to read it out here. He performed in the presence of the Chera king Chenguttuvan, who had arrived in Vanchi from the Himalayas with the image of Kannaki. A widow apotheosized as a symbol of extreme charity, chastity. It is a moot point whether Kotichedam is part of the repertoire of Chakai dancers or any dance tradition of India for that matter. But the fact that the performance by a Kutha Chakayan, and that too from Parayur, which was, says the epic, renowned for Brahmins proficient in the 4 Vedas, is of utmost importance. Parayur or Paravur was one of the earliest seats of Brahmanas in Kerala, and in all probability, our Chakayan was from this village. We start getting epigraphic references to the performance of Kuthu from Kerala and the remuneration that the Chakai artist got from the time of the Chera kingdom, from the 9th through the 11th century CE. This kingdom ruled from Mahodayapuram, that is Kodungalur in the Thrissur district. Interestingly, Kodavayur Kotam, where the epic Chilappatikaram was composed, has been identified as in the vicinity of Kodungalur. So also Parayur or Paravur, mentioned above, is not only close to Kodungalur, but is also shown to have sent 2 representatives to the king council, known as the Nalu Tali, with its seat in the temple called Nadiya Tali or the Big Temple. Historians have identified the Big Temple with the Thiruvanjaikalam or Thiruvanchikulam Shiva temple in the town. All these factors, namely the Chera rule, the Brahmanical associations, the temple of Thiruvanchikulam, have great importance in the history of the evolution of Kuthu and Kodiyatam. There is an important statement in the prologue of Ascharya Chudamani, a Sanskrit play from Kerala from the 8th or 9th century. When the stage manager, that is the Sutradhara, tells the female dancer, Nadi, that they are going to perform this play of Shaktibhadra from the south, she reacts in disbelief. It sounds impossible, she says. A flower from the sky, oil from sand, a play from south. This would mean that no Sanskrit play was produced from Kerala until then. King Kulasekhara, identified with Sthanu Ravi, who ruled from 844 CE, was one of the early rulers of the Chera dynasty. He was the author of 2 plays in Sanskrit, Tapati Samvaranam and Subhadra Dhananjaya. In fact, these two, along with Ashcharya Chudamani, are among the most popular plays that Chakyars use for Kudiyatam performance to this day. The prologue of Tapati Samvaranam says that its author was Kulashekara Varman. I quote, the supreme lord of Mahodayapura and the crest jewel of the lineage of Kerala's, Kerala Kula Chudamani. While its counterpart in Subhadra Dhananjayam describes its author as the supreme lord of Mahodayapuram and the overlord of Kerala, Kerala Adhinatha. Kerala was the name of a lineage in the former case, Kerala Kula, and the name of a country in the latter when he is described as Kerala Adhinatha, a distinction that has immense significance when we think about the process of state formation from lineage to state, to use an expression of Romila Thapa. Kulashekara not only composed these plays, but is also said to have choreographed them. We are fortunate in that detailed stage directions purportedly given by the author himself have come down to us in the commentaries to the 2 plays, Samvarana Dhwani and Dhananjaya Dhwani, which modern scholars have together christened as Vyangya Vyakya. The story goes that the king had an elderly Brahmana scholar, an expert in Natashastra, brought by boat from Parameshwaramangalam, a village not far from the capital city. The king himself gave elaborate directions as to how to stage the plays. The scholar took down notes and later developed them into the 2 commentaries. There is little that can authenticate these stories. Oral traditions associate Kulashekara and his just a friend, Thoilan, with the beginning of a particular way of producing the plays in Sanskrit stage in Kerala. There is one more important association at the beginning of Kudiyatam and Mahodayapuram Thiruvanchikulam that may have some relevance in speculating about the beginnings of Kudiyatam. The Chakyars believe that when their art is not anymore patronized by the Brahmanical temples, that is, I quote, when they have to perform in private residences, Illathu wearing clothes washed by women of untouchable castes, Manathi Matu, and using inferior flowers, usually not taken for ritual purposes, Ashogatachi, in the light of lamps which are not bronze, Madambi Vilaka, they must perform for a last time in the Tiruvanchakulam temple, leave their costumes on a peg that is there in the temple, and leave for Kashi, that is, abandon everything in this life. That the last performance should be in Tiruvanchakulam may point to a remote memory, dormant somewhere in the subconscious, that the first performance, which too must have been in the same temple more than 12 centuries ago under the patronage, even direction of Kulashekara Varman, the author of the 2 plays. Whether or not it shows the real origins of Kodiyatam, it certainly shows an unmistakable connection between the roots of the performance and the royal temple at Chera capital, Tiruvanchikulam or the big temple, Nadiyatali, with its strong affiliation to the Brahmana village of Parayur, from where the Kothachakyan of Chelapathigaram apparently hailed. This is not to say that Mahadevapuram has the exclusive claim of being the center from where Kodiyatam originated. There are indications of a parallel, if not slightly earlier development from the north, around the temple of Taliparamba in the Brahmanical village of Chellur or Perinjallur. The village is the butt of laughter as Anadhiti Mangala, a village with no education in the Vidushaka's autobiographical Nirvahana in all the plays, and the temple of Peruthirkovil there is the center of all funny things happening. It appears that there was some tough competition between what I choose to call the Perinjallur school and the Mahadevaram school. To this day, Kulasekhara's compositions are not staged, not just in Talaparamba temple, but in the whole of the territory of the Principality of Kolattanadu, within which the temple is situated. The reason for this may be political, which need not detain us here. The age of the Chera rule, particularly its early years, represented a significant era in the history of Kerala, not only in the field of politics, but in every walk of life. Among the major factors which impacted life in Kerala was the Bhakti movement, which swept through the deep south of India, the region where Tamil and Malayalam are spoken today. Vaishnava and Shaiva devotees called Alvars and Nayanars, respectively, were the agents of this movement in South India. It helped in popularizing the newly emerging Agamaik Puranic variety of Hinduism as distinct from Vedic ritualism, accommodating many cults and practices into it and defeating heterodox faiths such as Jainism and Buddhism by various means. The importance of this movement went far beyond philosophy and religion. In a joint paper that M.G.S. Narayana and I wrote many years ago, we have shown that it reflected and legitimized the emerging socio-economic and political order, and that the rulers and the ruling class derived much legitimacy from the movement. I have also argued that it was a movement which had its institutional base in the temples, which had developed into huge landed magnates. Among the leaders of the Bhakti movement in Kerala were the two early rulers of the Chera kingdom of Mahadevapuram, Kulasekhara Alvar and Cheraman Perumal Nayanar. Kulasekhara Alvar, the Vaishnava saint, was one of the prominent figures in the Tamil Bhakti movement, who composed the Perumal Tirumozhi in Tamil and the Mukundamala in Sanskrit. He was responsible for the propagation of Vaishnavism in Kerala in a big way, with the patronage extended to it and with his own contributions. Historians have identified him with Kulasekhara Varman, the playwright. The sentiment of bhakti is hard to miss in the praise of Kulasekhara Varman. For instance, he introduces himself in the Dhananjaya as Satata Sannihita Sarasiruhaksha Charana Rajo Virajikrita Hridaya Pundarika. That is, one with a lotus heart, its rajas, pollens, or the quality of passion, cleansed by the ever-present canopy of the dust at the feet of Vishnu, as well as Mati Mandara, Mathita, Mahabharata, Paravara, Parigrihita, Jnana Amrita Sanchaya, one who has acquired a treasure of the nectar of wisdom by churning the ocean of Mahabharata with the Mandara mountain, that is his own mind. So also, the last two lines of Tapati Samvarna make a point, and I quote, and let my devotion to Sridhara, Vishnu, whose figure is dark like a rain cloud, increase day by day, detaching me from the grip of worldly pleasures. It will be interesting to compare this half verse with a half verse in the Mukundamala of Kulasekhara Alvar. This is my prayer. What I cherish most, may I have unswerving devotion attached to your lotus feet in every birth I take. This is not the only verse in Mukundamala which echoes this sentiment. The Tamil composition of Kulasekhara Alvar The Perumal Mozhi is permeated through and through with similar sentiments. Tapati Samvaranam mentions a Kalyana Vamana temple a little to the north, Ido Uttaradisayam tries with no relevance whatever to the plot. It may be remembered that the Vamana temple in Trikkakara, which is not far from Mahadevaram, has yielded the largest number of Chera inscriptions, about 23 of them, and is closely associated with the festival of Onam, which was a Vaishnava festival till recently. We have to place the origin and development of Kodiyatam within the historical context of the spread of Rishi culture in a big way. The rise of settlements of agrarian communities in the riparian plains under the control of Brahmanical groups, the rise of Hindu Brahmanical temples dedicated to Agamic Puranic deities such as Shiva and Vishnu, the sweeping by the Bhakti movement through the whole of the deep south of India, bringing local cults and practices its fold, and defeating Jain and Buddhist faiths, and the emergence of the first monarchical state representing the state formation of Kerala. It is in this complex condition that we have to see the emergence of Kudiyattam. Among the means of the Bhakti movement employed to propagate itself was expounding stories from the epics, namely the Mahabharata and the Ramayana. Many temples enlisted scholars known as Mahabharata Bhattas for the purpose, and land known as Bhattavritti was assigned to them service tenure in lieu of a salary. The sculpture and paintings on the temple walls illustrated themes from the Itihasas and Puranas. It is here that the plays that Kulasekara Varman composed, as well as the Ashirya Chudamani, which may be slightly earlier, come in, all developing episodes from the epic. It is not just enough that texts are composed, they have to be communicated effectively. Inscriptions of the period of the Chera kingdom of Mahadevapuram speak of the provisions made to perform Sanskrit plays as Kuthu in temples, such as the Kaliyangan Kuthu, that is, Act 4 of Balacharita attributed to Bhagsa, referred to in the famous Tiruvalla coprolates. There are also profuse references to Nangai, that is Nangaiyar. A few others speak about the grant of land to them as Chakaimar Viruthi or service tenure to Chakyar. Families of Chakyars acquired exclusive rights to perform in individual temples, which rights are known as Adiyandaram, for which the temples granted them land which they enjoyed hereditarily. Just one instance from the Dhananjaya Dhwani portion of the Vyangyavyakhya will show how theatre was pressed into the service of Bhakti. Arjuna marrying Subhadra by capture is an episode in the Mahabharata with little or no scope for Bhakti. But the choreographer has introduced it in many places. Arjuna reaches the Prabhasa Tirtha at the fag end of his year-long penitential wanderings. He wants to marry Subhadra, Krishna's sister. His friend Kaundinya, the Vidushaka, is strayed away from him. Stricken with hunger and thirst, Kaundinya takes to begging on the premises of the hermitage. He shouts, oh, the Bhagavats, the godly sages, give me alms, become the Datta. The choreographer who, according to the traditional statement in the text, was King Kulasekara himself, attributes the following thoughts to the hero. The expression Bhagavat here suggests that the Lord will come here and show me the way to attain her. Similar thoughts are attributed to Vidushaka as well. Quote, the implied meaning of, oh Bhagavats, The godly sages, give me alms is this. Arjuna is begging of Krishna, O Lord, the sage who knows the past, present, and future. The use of plural is honorific here. Moreover, since Bhiksha is a feminine gender, it suggests that a Subhadra too to be blessed. Quote. There are many more instances to show how Bhakti is promoted through these plays, even at the expense of stretching things too far. All this was happening in a society that had just undergone a major transition from the early historical to the early medieval period. Vast areas of land had been brought under cultivation under the initiative of the Brahmanical groups organized around temples dedicated to Shiva, Vishnu, and other Agamaic or Puranic deities. Thus, a class of non-cultivating intermediaries placed above a class of cultivating peasantry came into being and gained command over huge estates of agrarian land. The possible tension that this might have created was contained smoothly within the ideological apparatus which legitimized this kind of a structure that was readily available in Bhakti. A parallel world of authority was created with the world around the temple replicating the world around the socio-political authority and legitimizing it, whereby submission to authority was accepted by the people. The amazing similarity bordering on identity in the jargon of services in the temple and the royal court will bring this out. Words like Ko and Perumal are employed to denote the deity and the king. The term Koil is used to denote both the temple and the palace. The procession round the temple was an initiation, was an imitation of the royal procession within the capital city, and the ritual worship is conceived on the same pattern as the ritual of service to the king. In this way, the deity-devotee relationship is seen in the image of the Lord-servant relationship. Thus, the devotee referred to the deity as Tambiran and himself as Adiyan, jargons from the world of Lord-servant relationship. Kulasekhara Alvar's prayer in the Mukundamala, which goes as, I quote, Tad Bhritya Bhritya Parijaraga Bhritya Bhritya Bhrityasya Bhritya Iti Mam Smara Loganatha. O Lord of the worlds, do reckon me as a servant of the 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 servant of your servant is all too clear. Another aspect of the Bhakti movement was its antagonism to Jainism and Buddhism. The story of one of the leaders of the Shaiva Bhakti movement, Tirunavukarasu Nayanar, Upper, is interesting. He was a Jain convert to Shaivism and was instrumental in the conversion of the king Mahendravarman Pallava, the author of Matavilasa Prahasana. So also, another of the famous Thevaram trio of Nayanar, Tirujnana Sambandha, is said to have gone to Madurai, the Pandan capital, on the invitation of the Queen Mangayarkarashi in order to undertake the historic mission of saving the city from the clutches of Jainism. He succeeded in winning over the king Nedumaran to the Shaiva fold. The occasion of the king's conversion was celebrated by the impalement of 8,000 Jains, and the story goes that a temple festival at Madurai commemorates this event to this day as Karuvetri Tiruvizha, the festival of impalement. Even after leaving a margin of exaggeration, one has to take into account the grim reality of Jain Shaiva conflicts, which engendered such intolerance on both sides. Sambandar, another leading Nayanar, has dedicated a hymn to the minister in which the whole story is recited. There are many similar stories of such conflicts found in the case of Vaishnava saints as well. For instance, Tirumangi, one of the most celebrated of the Alvars, is said to have stolen an image of the Buddha from the gold from the monastery in Nagapattinam to pay for renovating the temple at Sriyanga. His hymns, full of good poetry, are equally full of venom against Jainism and Buddhism. Side by side with propagating Agamaic Puranic variety of Hinduism through expounding stories from the Puranas and Itihasas, through the bhattas employed for the purpose, and through forms of art such as sculpture, painting, dance, drama, etc. The Bhakti movement promoted itself by defeating Jains and Buddhists. Kodiyatam had a role here as well. Apart from the Puranic stories contained in the epics, the Sakyars also took up such plays as Mahendravarman's Matavilasam and Bodhayana's Bhagavata Jugam, both of which ridiculed the heterodox faiths and other esoteric practices. Thus, Kodiyatam was successful in promoting bhakti through both positive and negative means. This gained considerable acceptance for the temple as an institution and the religion it represented. The temple and its patrons supported Kodiyatam in turn. We have records from the Tamil country that the Chola rulers had supported performance of Sanskrit plays in the temple, and that Chakai artists who performed them were given land. Perhaps the most informative inscription is from the Gomukteshwara temple at Tiruvadurai in Tanjavur. I'm not going into the details. Similar inscriptions regarding the enactment of Sanskrit drama by Chakyars during the time of the Cholas are available in the temples in several temples from the Kaveri Delta. Such support that Kodiyatam received from the temple and positions of power enabled it to develop greater and greater elaboration and refinement. Each each act of a play was performed in one day earlier, as the records from Chera and Chola situations suggest, whichever the play. It increased to several weeks per act in the medieval period, with the result that as many as 88 days are needed to perform a 7-act play, that is, Asya Chudamani. It was even more in the case of plays where Vidushaka has a role. It would take 41 days to perform just one act, the Mantrankam of the Pratijna Yogandharayanam. An 18th century record tells us about the performance of a set of 3 Ramayana plays, Asya Chudamani, Pratima Nataka, and Abhisheka Nataka, under the patronage of the Zamorin of Calicut. It took full 458 days from October 13, 1728 to January 12, 1730. What this document shows, among other things, is that Kodiyatam had already acquired all its elaboration by the 18th century. Manuscripts of the detailed Atapragarams and not so detailed Kramadevikas, which are handed down from generation to generation in the families of the Chakyars, show that elaborations were already there by at least the 15th century. Such elaborations included what are known as the Kriya and the Nritta in the beginning of the play, the Nirvahana during the course of the play, Pakarnatam or transferred acting, and the exaggerated role of the Vidushaka or clown. Tradition has it that these elaborations date from the time of Kulasekara himself and attributed the entire repertoire of verses of the Vidushka to Kulasekara's friend Tole. However, there is little support little to support this rating. A word or two about each item of such elaborations will be in place here. At one level, the exposition of each verse in detail, followed by the pattern of commentaries. Each verse is first recited to the accompaniment of gestures of hand, face, and eyes. Then it is just acted in gestures alone and in the prose order known as Anvaya. A repetition of it with the Anvaya given orally and its representation in gestures word by word follows. With the explanation of just one word takes several hours with the use of without the use of even one word. This is very much in the pattern of commentaries of varying elaboration, such as Tippani, Tika, Vyakhyana, Vivarana, and so on. Sometimes this can be by acting in detail some story which the word may allude uh, to, such as the reference to the churning of the Milky Ocean, or it can be by taking up the implication of a word, that is, Priyamandana, fond of makeup in the Torana Yuddhankam of Abhisheka Nataka, where the entire process of making up a woman is acted in detail. Such commentarial heights are exhibited by the Vidushaka as well. The Kriya and Nrita, which are performed in the beginning of the play, involve many rituals propitiating all gods and go to emphasizing the point that acting the play had already become a ritual. Chakers believe that once they have tied the ribbon round their head at the beginning of their makeup, nothing should distract them until they have finished. Not even the death of a close relative, in the same way that a Dikshita initiated for the performance of a sacrifice has full immunity. Thus, performance of a play becomes a ritual, and the Kriya and Nrita are the first items in the ritual. The actor, generally playing the Sutradhara or stage manager, comes to the stage and after preliminary Tevaram, worship of one's favorite deity, does a dance and propitiates all conceivable deities. This is not only very elaborate, but also leaves one who watches it wondering whether it is part of the play and whether the one who is on the stage is a character or the narrator. In allowing itself to such elaborations, Kodiyatam ceased to be what Natyashastra had intended a dramatic performance to be. However, apologists of Kodiyatam defends it as the Purvaranga that the Natyashastra prescribes. The Nirvahana, which takes several days on end, involves Anukramam and Samkshep. Most of the major characters do this. It involves a recapitulation in the reverse and the forward orders, respectively, of what the character had done in the past, not only in the particular play, but in the entire epic context, sometimes going back to the very beginning of the founding of the capital city and the dynasty to which the character belongs. For instance, the Nirvahana of Rama in Parnasalankam, the first act of Acharya Chudamani, takes 7 full nights now, and that of Ravana takes 6 nights, 7 according to the document of the 18th century, in the Ashokavanikangam of the same play. Hanuman takes 6 nights in the Ashokavanikangam now and 12 nights according to the 18th century document. Needless to say, such elaborations are part of the play. This is not to say that such elaborations are not part of the play. This is not to say that they are unacceptable. Mention must also be made of the Pagarnatam or transferred acting, where a character transforms himself or herself into another another and acts as that character. All this makes Kudiyattam very elaborate and complex. Again, the transformation of the role of the Vidushaka is another case of such elaboration. What is marginal in the play becomes very elaborate in Kudiyattam. Apart from playing his own role and speaking what he is required to by the play in Prakrit, he offers its Sanskrit chaya and translates it into Malayalam. He also offers detailed translations and elaborate commentaries of what the hero or the heroine says, and even gives parodies of the verses they sing in Malayalam. So also, he takes up 4 full nights upon his first entry for his own autobiographical nirvahanam in the form of what has come to be known as Purushartha Kooth. Whatever the play, the autobiography of the Vidushaka is the same. It has very subversive aspects about it. It is powerful social criticism, where the way in which the power structure has deteriorated is rebuked in highly sarcastic language. So also, it criticizes and ridicules those in positions of power and authority. The case of Mandrangam, the 41-night performance, is not different. It is the third act of Swapnavasa Datta. There are 3 characters, Vasantaka, Rumanwan, and Yogandharayana, all ministers of Udayana, the Vatsa king, who are seeking to get the trapped king released in disguise. Vasantaka, disguised as Dindika, a Shaiva vagabond, performs almost like a Vidushaka, although his costume and mannerisms are different. In illustrating the different possible ways of recovering his lost cake, an allegory to getting his master released, he regales the audience, telling many stories, some from the epics and Puranas, and some from the folk tales prevalent at that time. Even here, the subversive elements are all too important. These elaborations are, among other things, testimony to the patronage that Kudiyattam had received in the medieval period. A Sanskrit text called Natankusham, or God on the Actors, of the 15th or 16th century, comes down heavily on such elaborations. The author of Natakusha is particularly nasty about the Kriya and Nritta, the Pakarnatam, and what he thinks are the excesses of the Vidushaka and encrustations, as in the Mantrankam. It will take a whole essay, if not a book, to give details of this extremely important text. For the present, it is sufficient to know that it is a scathing criticism of the elaborations and deviation that the theatre of Kudiyattam had attained in the medieval period. In spite of such criticism, the Chakyars went on. Another significant impact of Kudiyattam in medieval Kerala is on literature. Manipravalam, a blending of the regional language and Sanskrit, was used all over South India. While it was reserved for exegetical works of religious matters in the rest of South India, Kerala used it heavily for purposes of secular literary production. This was because of the use of the blended language by Chakyars in the Kuthu performances, following the prescription in the Kama Sutra that, I quote, those who tell stories in the Goshtis in a language which is neither too heavily Sanskrit and too much of the local language will earn respect, unquote. A Manipravalam text says in so many words that, I quote, this art of Manipravala has its basis in Athakas, unquote. A large number of verses used in Kudiyattam are actually Manipravalam verses, some of them already seen in medieval texts such as the Padyaratnam and Leelathiraga. In fact, the profusion of verses in the Vaishika Tantra and important Manipravalam found in old manuscripts of the Atapragarams of Mandrankam has prompted scholars to take the position, somewhat theatrically, that Vaishika Tantram is a non-existent book, it being a collection of verses taken from the Atapragarams. The author of another major Manipravalam text, the Unniyadi Charitam, was a Chakyar himself. He also wrote the Shiva Vilasam in Sanskrit. Unniyadi Charitam has a graphic description of a Chakyar expounding stories in a temple. In the Unniyali Sandesham, a message of love to a separated lady love, the hero reminds the heroine, I quote, once we were both watching a Kuthu in the temple when an unfortunate Nangyal, playing the role of Tapati, said something in Prakrit looking at me. Suspecting that I was in a relationship with her, you ran away agitated, all sweat. Unquote. Another major development of the medieval period was the proliferation of prabandhas based on which the Chakyars expounded stories in solo Kuthu performances. Not only were elaborate prabandhas composed on individual episodes from Mahabharata and Ramayana, but the entire story of these epics were subjects of prabandhas. Ramayana Prabandha, when told alone, would take 3 mandala kalas. A mandala is 41 days, spread over 3 years. Great scholars such as Melpatur Narayana Bhatta are counted among the authors of some of these prabandhas. It is likely that some of these prabandhas, such as the Kotiya Viraham or even Keralolpatti, were written in Malayalam. The Champus produced in Kerala in this period may be seen as part of this project. There were further elaborations and developments in the performance tradition, offshoots of which can be seen in Kathakali and Tulal. I have also seen the manuscript of the story of Mudra Rakshasa retold in Sanskrit words by a certain Ravinartaka, most probably Devi Chakyar of the Kutanjeri house, who is famous in legend as a great friend of Milpatur. It is this Kudiyatam influencing and being in turn influenced by the medieval sensibilities of a leisure class in Kerala that we see represented in the Rasa Sadhana Bhana of the 19th century. It is a beautiful picture of a Chakyar expounding a Prabandha, I quote, on the stage with a lighted lamp in the middle, with the Nangyar lady on the side marking the rhythm, with Brahmana connoisseurs adorning the front, and with the Nambyar playing on the earthenware drum behind, a nata enacts a performance with clear expressions. Unquote. Further, I quote again, expressing sentiments with a beautiful movement of the eyes and communicating as it were through the prescribed gestures of hands, speaking both Sanskrit and Prakrit languages and interpreting them to bring out the 6 gunas. Everything he does is simply wonderful. Unquote. Major changes overtook society and economy following the colonial takeover in the 19th century. Korea too was affected by these changes. It lost patronage and naturally was confined to the temples and households of erstwhile rulers. Even they were finding, that is, these temples and ruler families, finding it hard to support themselves. Land reforms and similar measures made it simply impossible to sustain luxuries like Kathakali and Kudiyattam. Mani Madhava Chakyar and Pankulam Ramachakyar showed the courage to take it outside the walls of temples in the 20th century. It was only in the second quarter of the 20th century, with the founding of the Kerala Kalamandalam under the leadership of Gundaraja and Vallathol, that a program of teaching Kudiyattam began, with institutions like Margi in Thiruvananthapuram and Nepathya in Muzhikulam. It goes on. Many innovations are taking place, and it can be hoped that this masterpiece of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity continues to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kesavan. We have, yeah, thank you so much for the wonderful talk. I was trying to drop the paper in the chat, but somehow I can't can't deliver the paper to people. But if we have plenty of time for questions and comments, if people have questions that they want to have addressed, I encourage you to type it in the Q&A box. And our symposium panelists also, I can ask you if you have questions to raise your hand, and we can call on you as well. You've given us so much to think about. We have a minute to digest and respond. Yeah. Anyone has questions?
I see Fabrizia
Yeah,
has Fabrizia has raised. Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry. Please, Fabrizia, go ahead. I can't see everyone's names or faces. So
It's
please.
a very small question, but
Mhm.
thank you very much for a wonderful talk. And in the beginning, I mean, I listened to everything, but I was struck by the fact that it still seems to be the same feeling that if the Chakyars have not done Kudiyattam within the temple, and they had to do it for a different occasion, then they have to go back, when it's all finished, they have to go back to the temple and do it again for the gods, even without any public. And I have read that many years ago, and I read The God of Small Things of the
Arundhati. Arundhati
Yes,
Roy.
Arundhati. And I really almost cried when I read that piece because it made so much sense. I mean, and to think that the tradition continues even with the same sort of thing. And a couple of years ago, I was near Kottayam in a temple with a very complicated name, like Tiruvannur or something like that. It was a Shaiva temple. About 2.5 kilometers from Ashtamudi Lake. And they did, there was a Chakyar performance, which I could not understand because I don't know neither Malayalam nor Malayalam, but the acting was wonderful. And then afterwards, there was a piece of Kathakali with Nala Kalamandalam showing Mala and Damayanti. And it was one of the most moving performances I've seen. And I was the only foreigner. I mean, and the people were really, I mean, the public was incredibly taken. I'm sure lots of them would not understand the Sanskrit, but they got all the other comments and things, and they really reacted as if everything moved them very much. So it was amazing as an experience. And you are making me live it again.
No, in fact, it is this ability of performances generally and that of Kudiyattam particularly that made it popular in the context in which it arose. It had a major function to perform, that is, propagate the temple and the religion which it represented, and also defeat the contending religious persuasions like Jainism, Buddhism, etc. It was extremely successful in this, and that earned them all the patronage that they got. So this ability of performance to take the people along with them and to move them that you were talking about, Fabricia, that is what sustained Kudiyattam or any performance all these years.
Yes. It was very lucky and good. I mean, that's so good.
I should believe that that is the case everywhere.
And also the political commentary.
Yes.
Which,
Yes.
of course, I couldn't catch, but because I also studied ancient Greece many years ago.
Right.
We had it exactly the same.
Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. There is a very strong case for comparing the two.
Yes, that part, the fact of sort of some political and social awareness in the people. Interest.
Or the Globe Theatre in Elizabeth in England.
Yes. It's true. And Italy was in the Venetian theatre much later.
Right.
Baruffe Chiozotte.
I think Kashi Gomez has her hand up.
Good.
Kashi, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for that really wide-ranging talk. So I was really interested about your discussion of Kudiyattam as kind of promoting bhakti, and I know in your scholarship you've talked about the relationship between bhakti and changes in the early medieval period, and how bhakti becomes this tool for consolidation of caste ideology in relation to these temple institutions. And you talked a little bit about this today, that the sort of temple institutions and their kind of dominant position. So it seems in some ways that the plays being performed are intended as comedic, but they're not exactly subversive insofar as they're kind of supporting a dominant political institution. But what I found really interesting was your discussion of these kind of later commentaries, the vernacular commentaries, which start to add in these kind of more subversive commentaries, comments on the plays in ways that perhaps sometimes maybe clash with the content of these plays themselves. And I guess I also wondered about the tension between the more elaborate ritual elements of the plays that you discussed, and how this also, the kind of elaborate rituals of the plays also clash with this kind of Brahminical Natya Shastra tradition. So I just wondered if you could say a bit more about these kind of tensions that emerge through the layering of both the text and the performance in terms of like who's being subversive, if that makes any sense.
I think we will have to look at it diachronically to understand this part of it. Now, we have the first stage when Kudiyattam was not at all subversive. It was in fact an instrument supporting, patronizing, promoting the Hindu Brahminical temple on the one side, and the newly established authority, political authority, social authority, caste and other situations. But once this was very well established and did not require the prop of a Kudiyattam anymore, it could stand on its own legs, and Kudiyattam too got enough patronage from them so that it could develop on its own. Once it was able to develop on its own, all these elaborations start beginning. For example, the first ritual aspect of it, the Kriya, Nritta, and other things on the first day. Then again, the kind of Nirvahanam kind of performance. For example, taking so many days, as many as 88, for example, for Asiri Chudamani, etc. This comes. And it is at this level, particularly when we have Malayalam introduced there, by the Vidushaka to talk to the people, that the subversive element comes. The Purushartha Gota, for instance, and there is this paper by Donald Davis, on Purushartha Gota. He says that satire there is apology. But I will go a step further, saying that the satire there is extremely subversive. The satire in Purushartha Gota, as well as the satire in Mantrangam, is extremely subversive and is highly critical of the established order of things. By now, power did not anymore require the support of Kudiyatam, nor did Kudiyatam require the support of power. There was all the land that the Sakyars had. So it is this that we see. And when the support is lost, again it goes back. It goes back and has only a hand-to-mouth existence. For example, in the end of the 19th century and the first half of 20th century, it was almost impossible for Kodiyatam to survive. Paingulam Ramachakiyar, for example, resurrected it literally from bits and pieces. Nobody knew what the costume of a woman was like. So it was his imagination. So it is this that we have today. It's a reconstituted Kudiyatam that we have, not a continuation, a reconstitution. But then gap was not very wide. So reconstruction was not very difficult. That is what. So that is why he said we have to take a diachronic look at it, not synchronically look at it.
Thank you so much. Can I ask a follow-up question, which is just when does Malayalam become part of this? Since you're talking diachronically, when does Malayalam commentary enter into the tradition of Kudiyatam?
We don't see it, for example, in the early stage manuals. Now, for example, the Vingya Vyakhya that I was talking about, although both Subhadra Dhananjayam and Tapati Samvaranam have Vidushakas there, neither Dhananjaya Dhvani or Samvarana Dhvani prescribes the Vidushaka there speaking Malayalam. So it's unlikely that in the beginning in Kudiyatam the Vidushaka used Malayalam. But at the same time, we have reason to believe that they used Malayalam in other ways. For example, in the Kama Sutra itself, there is this prescription that a performer who uses both the Sanskrit and the local language effectively. Natyandam Samskritanaiva, Natyandam Desha Bhashaya. Not too much, too heavily in Sanskrit, nor too much in the local language. If he performs in Goshtis, he will be respected. Katham Goshtishu Kathayan. Bahumato Bhavel. This is what he says. And commenting on this, in the much later commentary of Natyashastra by Abhinavagupta, we have the statement that this mixed language in the south is called Manipravalam. Dakshinapathe Manipravalam iti. In Kashmir it is called Shataguda. In South India it is called Manipravalam. So arguably it was there, but not with a lot of prominence. It acquires prominence only in the medieval period, that is by the 13th, 14th century. Otherwise, you cannot complete a play in 7 days. The provisions are made only for 7 days for all 7 acts. We can see it here.
Thank you so much.
Now I see a couple of comments in the last chat box. We see also.
Oh, this is
Right.
just Fabrizia's. Just mentioning the temple,
Okay.
the name of the. Is there other questions? Other comments?
I have
I have a
5 more
question.
minutes. I have 5 more minutes.
Yeah, no, plenty of time.
Questions are just about timings. I mean, compared to where there were other plays in Sanskrit, we don't know which was the first Kutiyattam play, really, I think. I don't know, maybe you do know, but I did not understand.
No, there is no way we can know. The first recorded instance of a Kudiyattam in South in Kerala is from Balacharita attributed to Bhasa. Balacharita has one act, the fourth act, which is about the Kali Amardana of Krishna jumping onto this snake and dancing on that. Kali Amardana, yes. So this Kaliyangam Kuthu is referred to in an inscription from Kerala, and that is the earliest reference that we have. That doesn't mean that that is the oldest performance.
Of course.
No, as a historian, my principle is absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
True. Thank you.
Well, speaking of absence, okay, so I have one question, and maybe from a point of ignorance, but you mentioned, you started off the paper speaking a lot of Tamil Nadu, right? And of
Yes.
Tamil traditions.
Yes.
Is there something historically that's a parallel to the Chakyar traditions in Tamil Nadu, this kind of idea of living commentary and using the language?
Not in the living tradition, but you have documents from the 11th century. From the 11th century, which speak about Kuthu performance in temples performed by Chakyars, and details are given to the remuneration that they are allowed. All these details are available.
In the
Yes, Kundoli Narayanan in his book has quoted all these. Of course, available in earlier literature. Nilekanta Shastri in his Cholas has done this, and Narayanan has brought everything together in one page. That is the advantage. You don't have to read pages after pages to see this. In Narayanan's book, a recent book on Kudiyattam, the Routledge book.
So then can we, speaking again diachronically, what's the story of what happens to then this kind of proto Kudiyattam, if that's what it is, in the Tamil country? Does it get eclipsed by some?
No, there is no way of knowing, but if one is allowed to hazard a guess, one reason is that Kerala did not have a language of its own before, say, the 10th century, 11th century. So it had to depend heavily on Manipravalam for literary expression. And literary expression in Malayalam developed through Manipravalam, which was used heavily by Chakyars and borrowing from the Chakyar. In the case of Tamil, they had Manipravalam, but that was reserved only for purposes of Vaishnava exegesis. Now, for example, the commentaries of the Perumal Thirumozhi or Vaishnava literature by Periyavachan Pillai and others, that was Manipravalam, but that was exclusively in that area. Because for a person to write something in Tamil, Tamil was already graduated language. From the early centuries of the Common Era, Tamil was already a language which had arrived. In Kerala, Malayalam hadn't arrived that way. The arrival of Malayalam in Kerala is with the development of Manipravalam. So these were parallel, whereas that parallel was not necessary in Tamil Nadu. So this is not to say that this is the answer, but we can perhaps think loudly whether this could explain it, at least in part. I do not know.
Fascinating. I was wondering also if maybe the temple economics might have affected.
If that is so, it should be more in Tamil Nadu. because the economic influence of temple is much greater in Tamil Nadu than in Kerala. Now, if you look at, for example, the analysis of temple inscriptions by Karashima and Subbarayalu, you'll be taken aback and you will realize how silly Kerala is.
Are there any other questions or comments we have for Professor Velutat? Elena, any comments, thoughts? We can.
No, we could start a discussion
Mm.
that would never end.
Here is a question that I
Yes.
see from.
Yeah, so Tyler has typed one in. He says, my question is one of intertextuality. Do you see any influence of the humorous kuttas like Mantrankam, Purushartha Kutta on the comedic texture of 19th century Kerala Bhanas? So the Sarasa Sadhana and so. Yeah.
Perhaps yes. And what I have to say is that it doesn't just Bhana is not the only thing. One of the very major source of the humor in Gaudiyatam is Kuttanivatam, the 9th century text from Kashmir. You have Kuttanivatam, Damodaragupta's Kuttanivatam, and the hilarious passages of Kuttanivatam are taken up by the Sakyars here. So this kind of give and take we have from other texts. That is, the Sakyar performances influencing Bhana. In fact, the two verses which I quoted from Rasasadana Bhanam about a Sakyar performing is precisely this. Perhaps that can be. And Bhanam itself is modeled on the lines of a Sakyar performance. Now, if you look at even the earlier Bhanas like Chaturbhani, you can see as if, and I have written it marginally somewhere in a piece that I wrote on Manipuram. I have written this, but only marginally.
Yes, actually, my question that I was not making to avoid the never-ending discussion was connected with the Rasa Sadhana Bhana. So I'm always, I never understand, I'm not clear how this presence, absence, I mean, the entry of Kudiyatam or the emergence of Kudiyatam within the temple, the relationship between Kudiyatam and temple. So,
there is some problem of the audio. I cannot hear you properly.
We know,
I think Elena's connection.
Very good. All try. Now it's better?
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay, so in brief, my question is, how do you see the relationship between Kudiyatam and the fact that, I mean, and the Kudambalam as the space of Kudiyatam in temple? And clearly this seems to be the space in the dominant discourse for Kudiyatam, but then we seem to see other traces or Kudiyatam or some form of Kudiyatam might have left around in the neighborhood of temple before the 19th century. I mean, before the 20th century leap out of the temple. Yes.
No, but generally, all temples do not have Kutambalam. Temples which have annual performance of Puttu or Kudiyatam All temples do not have as a rule Kootambalam. In many cases, it is performed in the what is called Vadilmadam, what is the Valyambalam,
Valiambalam.
the hall in front of the temple. It is there, but it is doubtful whether from the very beginning it was only in these places, or
Yeah,
was it also outside the temple walls that this was performed? But there are very strong arguments from tradition, but tradition can never be trusted. Tradition could have been something which developed 50 years ago. That also is tradition. Now, I have heard, for example, my uncle saying that in Kootambalam, only Nambudiri Brahmins are supposed to sit down. People of other castes, those who have entry into the Kootambalam are only very restricted. They are supposed to stand. Even a Chakyar, for example, he was referring to Chachu Chakyar, the uncle of Amanur Madhav Chakyar, Madhu's grandfather's uncle. Chachu Chakyar wouldn't sit in a Kootambalam unless he is performing. When he is performing, he can sit on the stool. Otherwise, he will only stand at the back watching the performance. He will not sit. So this is the tradition, but how old is tradition? One doesn't know. But indications are that it may not have been confined only to the Vadilvadam or Kootambalam of a temple. It may have been outside also. Otherwise, what is the audience that it addresses? Only the same recycled audience. It will fail in communicating the message.
I mean, it's also a question of how then otherwise is the mechanism of so to say negotiation or what also Kashi was saying about problematizing, antagonizing, or creating critique of a certain political situation. I mean, it's we always have to understand what kind of implied audience or what kind of cultural economy would support that mechanism of critique.
It's a very, very difficult question to answer. Whether it was just confined, because all the Chakyar tradition today is very, very firmly of the opinion that it was confined to the temples, and it was only Payankulam Ram Chakyar and Mani Madhav Chakyar who took it outside the four walls of the temple. And that is what is supported by the other story also I was saying. When you have to perform outside the temple, Illathu Kuttu, then you go back to Thiruvanchikulam, perform for a last time, and then leave the whole thing there. So your swan song has to be in Thiruvanchikulam temple. When you cannot perform in temples, then stop your business and bloody well go to Kashi.
If I may add a comment to what Dr. Keshavan was about caste and banning of other castes except the Nambutris. When we had done the documentation for the UNESCO proclamation in Kottayam in the Kidangur temple, Kootambalam, as a woman, I was, of course, I belonged to the same caste that could sit and not stand outside. At least that part was clear. But I could not be inside because the Yakshi who was protecting this particular Kootambalam did not like other women to be there. So I had to, I myself had to stand outside.
I know.
While Adur was doing the documentation.
I had this embarrassment in Thaliparamba, Kovil. I had taken Romila Thapar there, and she was stopped at the gate. Then I said, in that case, I too will not join. So Romila and I had to go back.
Yeah. But it's interesting because we always speak about Nambudiri can enter or not enter or check, but actually it's extremely more localized, right? Like depending on where, which temple, which things are nuanced.
No, even among Nambudiris,
that's what I'm saying.
you have this ritual gradation. For example, in Guruvayur temple, about 50 years ago, I have eaten that temple. In the Vatilmadam of Guruvayur temple, the southern portion was for the ritually superior Nambudiris, and the northern portion was for the ritually inferior Nambudiris.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah.
Hello.
Madhuetan has.
Yeah. I would like to add something because Elena asked some question, is any performance outside the temple. But we have some evidence because the Parakangutha, that's usually not in the inside the temple, the outside the temple, not in the premises of the temple. So that's the one possibility in before, maybe it's performing outside the temple also. And another thing is in the Bengivyakya, they are not mentioning about the performance space. They're describing the performance the king do on in the sabha, inside the court somewhere. And another thing is in Ambalappuzha, they have no Kootambalam, they have Adil Madam, but the performance happening in the outside the main premise, that's called Natakashala. So I think that's not that much strict only in the Kootambalam and the or Adil Madam. Maybe that's possible to other space in the temple premises also. I think Keshamash can explain more about.
No. What Masu said is right. What about for example, a chakyar, a flying chakyar, and a flowing nangyar, you must worship them. I know that this is certainly there, but my point is different. In the case of Parakangutha, you have it, but it's only exclusively about that part of it in Naganandam that you have it. Similarly, in the case of Ambalappuzha, it is within the temple. The Natakashala is within the temple premises itself. It's not outside the temple premise. So even though strictly it may not be within the Chittambalam, but it is outside the Chittambalam, where, for example, the Kottambalam is outside the Chittambalam. Similarly, you have a Natakashala, but within the four walls of the temple, the outer walls of it is within the outer walls of the temple that we have the Natakashala in Ambalappuzha. Now the point is this: in recent tradition, you have it only associated with temples. That is what I was saying.
But would you say, I stop, Adish, I promise. I told you not to make me ask questions. Would you say then it's from, like you said, and now you said recent, from the recent attestation, we can say it's only in the temple. Would you say this recent, would you place the recent around the 15th century?
There is no way in which we can know. Now, the reason is this. As Madhu said, the earlier commentaries or earlier texts do not tell us anything about the Kottambalam or the hall for performance. So where was it performed? We do not know. It could have been within the temple or a place closely associated with the temple, but associated with the temple in any case. Where exactly, there is no way of saying. And architecturally looking, no Kottambalam can be dated before the 15th century. I do not know. No, there is a very interesting book by Parameswaran, Murthiyadam Parameswaran, who has written a whole book on Kottambalam. He has done a lot of work on it, and that that gives us some idea that Kunthambalam itself cannot be older than the 15th century.
Well, in the interests of time,
Yeah, sorry,
speaking
I
of
know,
centuries,
I'm sorry.
and
I'm sorry.
no,
I
no,
have
no.
I have overshot by 15 minutes.
No,
But
Kesavan,
I
it
have
isn't actually your fault. It took 15
I
minutes
have an
to
apology
begin.
saying that I started late.
Exactly. So there's no fault of anyone's, but maybe this is a good opportunity to take maybe a 5-minute.
It's all right.
Yeah, maybe we can take a 5-minute break here.
Oh yes.
And then we can
much
come
needed.
and
Much needed.
and
You have
Sudha,
earned it.
yeah, and then we'll have Sudha's talk. But in the meantime, let's all we can practice our clapping gesture perhaps in Zoom by clicking on React, and you can press the clap button if you wanted to as well. So we'll see you all in 5 minutes, 8:50 my time here, and in the 50 after 10 minutes before the hour and all of your other times. So 5 minutes and we'll start again, and then we'll catch up the timings so that we end on time. Thank you all so much. Welcome back, everyone. I'm just trying to see the stream is working. It looks like it's working there. So the if everyone's had a nice little break, let's get restarted. Our next speaker is Dr. Sudha Gopalakrishnan. And in fact, maybe there's no one in this Zoom who's been more impactful for Kurdiyatam as well as Sanskrit studies in modern India than Sudha Gopalakrishnan has been. So it's kind of she's the perfect person to have with us here. Dr. Gopalakrishnan's PhD is in comparative drama from the University of Kerala, and currently she serves as the executive director of Sahapedia, which might be the best or the foremost public knowledge archive in India for certainly for Kurdiyatam, but any form of culture that you might want to know about. Previously, she had served as the founding director of the National Mission for Manuscripts, which of course has been one of the landmark achievements in modern Indian work on Sanskrit manuscript collecting, archiving, and research. Without that, I think very little can be done in the future for manuscripts in India. In the field of Kurdiyatam, maybe nothing has been more landmark than what even Dr. Velutat had mentioned, this inscription by the UNESCO in 2008 of Kurdiyatam as an intangible cultural heritage of humanity, which ensured, at least in principle, that there would be global pathways for safeguarding and appreciating the tradition in the future. Dr. Gopalakrishnan was, in fact, the author of the ICH nomination, not only of Kurdiyatam, but also for Vedic chanting, as well as Ram Leela. So for those of us who work in folklore studies and issues around ICH, intangible cultural heritage, it really is a genuine honor to be able to have Sudha here in our little symposium on the screen, and I was so fondly hoping that we could have her here in Vancouver as well. So today she'll be speaking to us about performing intertextuality, Ramayana Prabandha, Bhasha Ramayana Champu, and other sources of body language. Let me hand it over to Sudha, and please.
I am both audible and visible.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Adhish, for your kind words about me, but more than that, about Sahapedia. And I mean, thank you so much for that. And also for inviting me to this wonderful symposium on reading the body language and its translation into traditional Sanskrit theatre, organized by the University of British Columbia. I cannot thank Dr. Adhish Sathe enough for the immense effort that you took in bringing this about, and thanks to all his colleagues, students, to all of you, and also especially to Dr. Elena Mutiarelli for partnering with Adhish. So from after when I was offered this particular topic to speak about, I confess that I was a little mystified. A complex idea, a group of ideas rather. It contains at least three aspects in the relation between texts, the relationship of the text to performance, and also thirdly, the connection of the connection to the body language of Kurdiyatam. So these three meshed ideas was a little complex for me. But when I thought about it now, I'm thinking about it now, I feel that they're not just interrelated, but also in the case of Kurdiyatam, they're one and the same. So let me explain how this happens. Let's start with intertextuality, the term, in other words, a text from another context adopted into a text. As an English term, from Western aesthetic theory, it sees the text not as a static but as a dynamic device in which relational processes and practices are the key. It sees the text not as a self-contained unit of meaning, but its tracings of otherness and a plurality of voices. So in any case, our concern here is not with the Western aesthetic theory, but to India, to Kerala, to Manipravalam poetry, and specifically to the two texts, the Ramayana Prabandham and Punam Namboothiri's Bhasha Ramayana Champu, and their relation to Kodiyatam. So let me start with a few words about the use of intertextuality in Manipravalam. Keshavan has already explained what is Manipravalam, so I'm not going to explain that further. It is a common practice for Manipravalam poets in Kerala to freely take extracts from pre-existing works and insert them into their own text. This is a tendency commonly seen in Manipravalam, and generally this is a tendency seen more in Manipravalam and generally in Sanskrit poetry of incorporating verses from earlier works. There are different ways in which a portion or a single verse from another text is interpolated into another text. For example, it could be the recasting of a verse from another text, and it could be an idea that is inserted, or a series of poems. In some cases, in the case of Malayalam, some cases they're adapted into Malayalam, changed according to the context, or simply reproduced verbatim. One verse, a series of verses, as the occasion demands. Poets have never had any qualms about freely taking a verse from another source and even changing certain words. For example, the original poem may be addressed to Vishnu, but the poem would remain the same, but the ascription could be to Shiva. So we are going to see these kind of examples later of changing one word or like an idea, or we'll see all that later. There is a verse by the poet Subhata where he acknowledges that he has compiled his own exemplary Rasartyam. The word he uses is Rasartyam poem, Dutangada, by freely adapting from poetry and prose of earlier works. For example, what he says, I'll read the English, the Sanskrit text. Swanirmitam kinchana gadya padyam kiyat praktana sat kavindre proktam grihitva pradirachyate sma rasartyam etat subhatena kavyam. How does one create something like poetry and prose? Subhata, have written this exemplary poem by taking up from good poets, my predecessors. So, some people see these kind of adapting as shameful borrowing, the tendency to lift ideas, words, or even whole verses. Chayam apaharati kavi padamekam artham va sarvapaharana kartre sahasa kartre namo nama tubhyam. So this kind of verses are also current. However, the other view is that verses taken verbatim from other sources could be seen not as some kind of mechanical lifting, nor does it imply inauthenticity or incapacity of the poet. Recasting such verses within the overall Malayalam text could lead to an entirely new plane of expressivity. For example, the Bhavabhuti or Kalidasa verses cited in the text is not the same Bhavabhuti or Kalidasa of the original, but the assimilation of those verses within the Manipravalam work, which creates another context, another implication, reconfiguring and broadening the text, resonant with new meanings. One has to explore the field of relations between the inserted verse and those surrounding it, and also the probable context of performances. And this is not just only about literature, sahityam. In the works of medicine, shastras like Vastu, Jyotisha, or other disciplines are bringing in free citations from other sources is not uncommon in Manipravalam. Knowledge that was considered interdisciplinary and therefore intertextual citations were not considered disgraceful. In those days, perhaps there was no idea of intellectual property rights, copyright infringement, or prior informed consent. That is very, very sensitive these days, even if you take even a word. And so adaptive reuse is another expression used elsewhere in Freshy and Mass, which refers to ideas from other domains of knowledge inserted into literary works. For example, the reuse of Patanjali's Yoga Shastra into Magha's Shishupala Vadham and things like that. As a perpetuation of earlier forms and contents of knowledge and aesthetic expressions within the process of creating new works. Taking the broad theme of texts and their adaptation into other contexts, my topic for today would be to examine how Kudiyattam works with its literary texts. Let's take first the example of Punam Nambutiri's Bhasha Ramayana Champu. Divided into 20 sections, from the birth of Ravana to Rama's ascent to heaven, it has 1,879 verses, 99 prose passages, and about 30 Dandaka poems, of which around 600 verses are taken from a wide variety of other sources. Sivan Gorin, who's here in her essay, well-researched essay, says that, quoting, the meeting of two contexts in our minds, the inevitable associating, comparing, and drawing conclusions, all this contains a certain sense of discovery and pleasure for the readers, and which is in extremely complex literary spheres, both horizontally, as they enjoy syntactic combination of Sanskrit and Kerala's language, and vertically, as they're constantly reminded of texts that are in the back of their minds. So this is what Sivan had to say. Apart from the interpolations, in this context, Punam's blending of Sanskrit and Malayalam to describe the story of the Ramayana is significant, not merely as a model for expressing multiple forms and themes in Manipravalam poetry, but as breaking boundaries between poetry and storytelling. The Kavya portion in Sanskrit meters embrace a poetic language and describe the narrative and dramatic sequence of the main story, while the Gadya passages have a much more relative autonomy. They extend the context of the story, encompassing the experience through introducing multiple descriptions and conversations and enhancing the narrative with digressive passages. The abundant use of colloquialisms in Malayalam found in the Gadya portions of some of these texts afforded freedom to the poet to summon real life-like events, descriptions of community behaviors, and connect them to the epical context. This is a standard device across these kind of poetry. I mean, the Champu poetry in some cases, and also it extends down to Kunchan Nampiar, who has used the device to taken it to maximum limits. In fact, many shlokas are common between Ramayana Champu and Ramayana Prabandham. Since Prabandha Kutta draws from Sanskrit verses for the main narration, Ramayana Champu seems to be more on the Kudiyattam Prabandha Kutta stage, with perhaps used in elaboration here and there from Punam's Champu. What I'm finding is that since Prabandha Kutta can only use Sanskrit verses, it cannot draw much from the text that Punam has written in Manipravalam or in Malayalam. It can only be used as a Sanskrit text, and Sanskrit is definitely more Sanskrit texts are taken from other sources. Though of course there are some very good Sanskrit poems written by Punam himself also. So it's a blend of all this that I think the whole rasa comes from the whole blend of this. In fact, David Schulman here and we are doing a kind of translation of Punam's Ramayana, bits and pieces. And it's very enjoyable that how we go by each and every verse, not just the verses that are taken from outside, from other poets, but also the Gadya portions, which bring in the whole flavor of the local language. So coming back, it may be that in the olden days, another oral performance called Pathaka may have used them, but we don't have a direct evidence of that yet. So we cannot make any guesses that Pathakam used Punam's Champu, and so that we cannot say that with some certainty. One has to only see Kudiyatam to see what is it that we mean by this idea of intertextuality. In the first place, let me explain what is meant by what is in Kudiyatam, because by itself it refers to three varieties of forms of theatre: Prabandha Kutha, solo oral narration; Nangyar Kutha, solo performance by Nangyar, the woman actor; and Kudiyatam, the enactment of a Sanskrit play, where usually only one act, Anka, is performed at a time as a full performance, with multiple characters and lasting for several days. Coming back to the intertextuality aspect, a text is not to be considered merely as a written down as something that is written down in a book to be read or recited orally. It is a complementary process of collaboration between the body of the actor and the body of the text. However, I argue that there is no dissonance in this. In the Kudiyatam imaginary, the body of the actor itself is the text. What she or he bodies forth is the text or texts. The actor dedicates the entire body and inner self into what is going on, builds an edifice of stories with the assistance of a minimal number of, say, drums like the resounding mirava, the reverberating edakya, and the clanging small cymbals, and an occasional conch, shankha, to mark special occasions. Rather than through the physical setting or costumes, the actor, through the technique of elaborate acting, explores every nuance and detail and interprets the idea for the benefit of the spectator. As far as the dramatic structure is concerned, Kudiyatam treats, like I said, each act into a full performance. There are three stages to such a play in Kudiyatam: Purappada, Nirvahanam, and Nataka Bhagam or Kudiyatam. In the first stage, that is Purappada, the beginning, the commencement, after the preliminary drumming and the invocatory Nandi Shlokam, which we saw some of that today, it is literally the entrance, especially if it is the first act that is being enacted, when the actor, as Sutradhara, the stage director, a stock character in the Sanskrit plays, utters the first lines of the play and offers prayers to different deities. The second stage involves three components: encapsulation, anukramam, a backward gaze with the actor posing a series of questions by telling the story in the reverse order. In the past, how did it happen? Before that, how did this happen? So it goes on like that till it goes to the last incident. Then the summary of Samkshepam with a forward movement, beginning with perhaps the beginning of the origin of the universe. It also sometimes goes back so much beyond that it starts at it goes back to the beginning of the origin of the universe. And sometimes the lineage of the king or the hero. The third and the connecting narration to the point. The third is the connecting the narration to the point where the actor takes over in a lengthy retrospective performance, the Nirvahanam, by the actor, culminating in the last question uttered in the Purapada. The actor's detailed narration through the use of body language is the main crux of a Kudiyatam play. He tells the story with his iterations, interpretations, and reinterpretations lasting through several days, developing multiple stories, which each story traversing different tracks. This is where the performing body lives in multiple characters and texts. We can say that it is in the Nirvahanam, lasting for several hours and branching off into different directions, that a story is given its full treatment. An actor gets to demonstrate her skill and a full mastery of Kudiyatam. Great stories are told from multiple perspectives. The actor in Pakarnatam mode, which Keshavan explained, the same actor transforming into different characters, takes on different characters, takes the audience through several days of narration. What happens during this period is perhaps what Kudyatam is all about. Within limits of its dramatic framework, by which I mean the idea about the episodes to be described, the days of completion of each portion, which the actor keeps in mind. So it's not that there is no structure, there is a basic framework that the actor has in his mind. But then within that limit, he has unlimited freedom to demonstrate what he wants to explicate an idea, analyze it from different, sometimes even contrary perspectives. Like I said earlier, there is that significant moment when the actor connects the story to the present moment of the play through the first sentence of Purapada and a few ritual actions, and shifts into the character of the play. The segments called Nataka Bhagam in Kudyatam parlance is the play text of the dramatist. So finally, we come to the actual play text of the dramatist. And this is where the play progresses its narrative and where there are more than one character. So that's why it is called Kudi Atam, combined acting, and is more or less fixed in its choreography as far as the lines are concerned. But again, within the text, within the verses, the actor has the freedom to cite other sources, cite other verses. So citing goes on as a limitlessly creative activity within at any point of time. That's the whole point. Naturally, all this calls for exceptional skill, tenacity, imaginative and expressive faculties for the actor. And as far as I know, the actor is in preparation all through his life, molding the body and mind through necessary practice and preparation. The formal structures of training may be categorized as mastering all the subsystems of body movement, learning through repetition, through adaptation and control, whether gestures, facial expressions, postures, right from the basic stance of Thanu Nikkal, standing in a position where the body is down, the torso and the entire body lowered downwards, the upper body straight, hands in constant rotation. So that is the basic first thing that an actor learns. There are separate exercises for each organ and limb and ways of learning the verses to be recited in chants called ragas and Kudyatam, facial expressions, learning gestures, kriyas, action, which is patterns of movement, rituals, movements or conventions called stobhams, which is, so stobham is a bhava, it's a kind of expression. Expression for the characteristic features of a person, bird or animal, Pakshi Stobham, Rakshasa Stobham, Vanara Stobham. So these are all different kinds of Stobhams that she has to learn. Learning the nuances of each character type with his entrance, characteristic gaits, basic positions, and movement patterns, and also the deceleration of movement, stillness that communicates with forays into the inner world, learning them as choreographies of set practices, reciting and memorizing texts, learning the slokas and consulting the Karmadeepikas and Ataprakarams, which all these of which will come into play during the performance as and when the situation demands. I'm not going to elaborate on training methods and the craft of the expressiveness displayed on the stage. When I asked Madhu, he said that at least in his case, the scenes were not taught systematically. It is a plethora of accepted underlying principles that come into play during stage performance, and perhaps there are variations of learning practices with regard to other families of actors, which will be too big a topic, and I'm not going to get into that kind of variations. For example, there is a book called Natya Kalpadrumam in Malayalam, which describes these kind of elaborate techniques in great detail. It takes an intense full-time training for about 12 to 15 years before a student can have a moderate preparation to become a Kudyatam artist. And then on, she is deemed to have reasonably reached a level of maturity, perhaps in his 50s, through constant training, experimentation, physical and mental rehearsals, memorization of vast corpus, and beyond that, his communicative virtuosity. While an actor is supposed to have total control and awareness of the body as a site for abhinaya, it is also a sense of spontaneous creativity that makes for his versatility. In terms of storytelling, whether in Prabandha Kutha, Kudiyattam, or Nangiyar Kutha, the actor traverses the centers and crosses the borders of narratives in different ways. Let's examine the ways of transformation of the actor into a character or a series of characters happening in Kudiyattam. On the question of performing body, I would like to cite what Mundoli Narayanan, who Keshavan had cited earlier, a scholar of theatre and specifically Kudiyattam, says about this point of creating this performance body. He compares this aspect of training as a quote-unquote functional utility which gets redeployed as part of a routine of specific performances and as a recycling of actions which institutes a seamless continuity between training and performance. I would like to strike as a different note here. Rather than recycling of actions that fit into the performance as per the context, I would see Kudiyattam as a site of transformation, ever new, ingenious in its nuances. It's not that some things are studied and then as the context demands, they get into the performance of the play. I mean, I didn't understand that why such a thing would have happened at Kudiyattam. No performance, every performance is unique with all those interpretations and interpolations which bring in new perspectives and and value each time, enhancing the experience in multiple ways. Speaking for myself, I have been seeing Kudiyattam for the last many, perhaps decades. The performance is a new play each time that I see it, in spite of how many times I have seen the same performance. While the framework is preserved for several centuries, it has been there handed down. It is this aspect of spontaneous creativity that makes each performance special and ever new to the eyes of the spectator. Seeing the same episode over all these decades, I see them with new eyes each time. For example, the Kailasa Udharanam, the lifting of the Kailasa mountain, or the evocation of the verse beginning with Himakara, where Ravana, in the state of love sickness for Sita, is calling out to the moon that his ways of tormenting him by showering cool rays on him are effective not because of his own power. It is not the power of the moon that he is tormented, not even that of the love god, but because of the grief, because of that woman, that grief-stricken Sita. So this is enacted in so many variations of detail that, like I said, each time I see it that I'm not seeing anything that I have seen earlier, but it's something new. In any case, apart from this arduous regime of body training, which maybe all codified dances and dance dramas of India and other places have, but in my opinion, what makes the learning of Kudiyattam stand apart is its largeness in terms of its scale, magnitude of the tracks a good Chakyar has to assimilate in her being. Apart from memorizing plays and performance manuals such as Kramadipika and Attaprakaram, which are handed down through generations and also they are handed down through generations, these Attaprakarams, but they are also created anew in case a need arises for a particular play. The last play that we saw, many shlokas were created for the sake of that. I had asked Madhu, how does it happen that so he says that it's a freedom and it's the interpretative ability of the actor to bring in new dimensions. So it is nothing new for them, but as an audience, I mean, as a spectator, I was quite struck by that kind of. So the Chakyar creates a mighty frame that exists in the mind and externalizes through the power of his body language. To be clearer in what I'm saying, especially in Nirvahanam of Kudiyatam, or while explicating a portion in Prabandhakuta, he creates a web of stories around the narrative, supplied to him through the text, supplements it from other texts, and from his own imagination and its reinterpretations, providing multiple, alternating, even conflicting perspectives on the same story. To call it improvisation is perhaps inadequate. Starting with the each day with Enkilo Panta for a long time ago, he takes us on a time travel and makes us the residents of the mythical space that he creates. We go through the streams of consciousness of gods and goddesses, demons and sages, princes and princesses, attendants and many other characters going through the emotions, sometimes subtle, sometimes exaggerated, going through and deeply human, I mean in inverted commas, emotions such as love, jealousy, anger, grief. He gets into the persona of several characters, all of them mediated through the language of the body, all of which taps different centers of the body-mind partnership. Drawing once again on, I'd like to draw here what David Shulman had called this kind of textuality. He quoted what the renowned Telugu scholar Velcheru Narayana Rao said about an embodied text where the text lives in the performer's body, as different from a received text, which resides in a book. I would like to say that the embodied and the received coalesce in Kudiyatam. One cannot separate the one from the other. To go further, I might be tempted to say that the embodied text transforms the received text in multiple ways. So now let's look at how these statements work in terms of actual performance in Kudiyatam and see how these are reflected in the Ramayana plays. Ramayanam in the Kudiyatam mode, as Keshavan said, is a compilation of 3 plays, Ashirya Chudamani, Pratima Natakam, and Abhisheka Natakam, in which Kudiyatam is performed in 21 acts, depicting episodes of the Ramayana. For the sake of Nirvahana portions of Kudiyatam and also for Prabandha Kuta, Chakyar actors have been using this text of Ramayana Prabandham of unknown date and unknown authorship. It is an anthology, a well-defined body of verses and prose passages put together from several sources, but is a coherent text passed from generation to generation in Chakyar families. Perhaps these were compiled by actors from these families and customized with more additions from the corpus of Sanskrit poetry from time to time, according to their use value. Often the Chakyars are not aware of the sources of these verses, understandably. There are 2 printed versions available, one by Raman Nambyar of the Kochampalli family from Thrissur in the Prabandhavali series of 1930, and the second one, the 2011 edition of the text by Mani Damodara Chakyar. And I believe there is also a Devanagari text based on the Kochampalli version published in 2021 by the Vaishnavam Trust in Shornur. Margi Madhu says, I'm citing him a lot because I draw on his knowledge and experience all the time. Margi Madhu says that all actor families had their own versions kept as a reference text to draw freely from them as needed. Verses are not fixed. They can vary, differ according to their provenance and other reasons. Even if there is a full text, there is no guarantee that all the verses would be used in the performance. There is no fixity to the text, says Madhu. Anyone can expand and elaborate and even add a verse if it suits the situation and has scope for narration. Ramayana as Prabandhakuta, verbal narration, has one actor in the guise of the Vidushaka, the comic character, reciting, narrating, and expanding on the text for several days. It was and is still staged as continuous performance in venues like Vadakkannathan Temple in Thrissur for a duration of 3 mandalas, 41 days, totaling to 123 days at a stretch. But depending on the narration and occasion, the days vary slightly. In Mantrankam, however, where the Ramayana story is inserted as a verbal text, It is limited to 28 days. Ramayana Prabandham has drawn from earlier works like Valmiki Ramayanam, Bhoja's Ramayana Champu, Rajashekhara's Bala Ramayanam, Kalidasa's Raghuvamsham, Hanuman Natakam, Murari's Anargha Raghava, and so on. Verses starting, for example, with Asti Prashasta Janalojananam Ananda Sandayashu Kosaleshu Ajna Samutsarita Danavanam Ratnyam Ayodhyadipuri Raghunam. There was a famous city, a famous country called Kosala, a delight for everyone's eyes, where kings of the Raghu lineage chased away demons merely by uttering a single word, and its capital was Ayodhya. So this is the first verse of Ramayana Prabandham, cited originally from Bhoja's Ramayana Champu, which finds repeated in Puram's Bhasha Ramayana Champu also. The second verse from Bharata Champu, I think I will not recite the Sanskrit portion all the time, only sometimes as it is needed. Lamps lit inside high towers in the palace spout smoke from their burning wicks. It makes a stain in the moon when the wind blows in and blows out from the windows. Idiots say that it is a deer. So this verse, and now the third one is from Makha's Shishupala Vatha, which goes like, in these homes, it's all about Ayodhya, description of Ayodhya in very, very great detail. And the Chakyar has a great time expanding on each and every idea and the word throughout all these, which I am not able to explain to you in that kind of detail, but I'm sure Madhu and Indu might do something while they're doing the next thing. In these homes, seeing the sculpted figures of caged parrots, a cat stretched his body as though about to pounce on them, and people mistook him to be another piece of sculpture. So here the actor describes the lovely mansions in Ayodhya, admires the skill of the artist in creating these images. All this is very elaborate. I'm just talking, but it takes a lot of time describing each of these images. Sees and describes a cat with a stretched body and about to pounce on the parrot, and now acting as the other people. So he shifts from him to the cat to the sculpture, and as other people, gazing at the cat and telling each other what an exquisite figure. So the cat also becomes, in their imagination, an exquisite figure. Adapting verses from each other is a two-way process in Kodiyatam. In Parnashalankam, the verse when Lakshmana sees Shurpanakha, disguised as the lovely Lalita for the first time in the forest, he is captivated by her beauty. Suddenly he loses his mission, and for a moment he is captivated by her beauty and wonders where she is coming from. This verse, taken from Shaktibhadra's Ashcharya Judamani, is also part of Punam's Ramayana Champu. I'm just quoting that in Sanskrit. Asyati matra ayatalocanasya natabhruna kamra payodharasya Ashcharya ratnasya vilasayone kim akaro dyaurnu vasundharanu. Where does she come from? This miraculous jewel with really wide eyes, curved eyebrows, and luscious breasts. This flirtatious being from the sky, from the earth. So this obviously there is a moment of disorientation and wonder for Lakshmana here. In Kudiyatam, he seemed to have forgotten his mission for a moment. He gazes at her with desire, describes the trope called Panchangam, describing the 5 parts of a woman's body, describes her physical beauty, and is suddenly brought back to reality. It's impossible that I was distracted by her beauty, even for a moment. After all, I am the brother of Rama. Let her be from anywhere, heaven or earth. Having come all this way at the behest of my parents and living right now with Rama, my brother, to look after them, how can I be moved by her? So another telling instance is the 5th day of the play, entering the fire, the 7th and last act of Ashcharya Chudamani. It is a final day of war. It's a day of reckoning for Ravana. His sons, brother, and the army are all killed. He's in a dilemma. to continue with the war by himself or give up Sita. Not able to take a decision, he approaches Mandodari, his wife, for the last word. The scene presented as a Nirvahanam by Rama. Many of the verses for this action are taken from the Ramayana Prabandham and are seen again simultaneously in Ramayana Champu also. And also, it is actually, perhaps originally it is taken from Hanuman Nataka of Damodara Mishra. On the fifth day, as per the dramatic line of action, the actor enters, surveys the assembly, and as is always the case, brings the audience up to speed about what is happening in the story. And then he, now explicating the details, he narrates the story up to the point where he stands at that moment. After performing the customary anukramam from the Samkshepam, we understand that Rama has sent Angada, an emissary to Ravana, and reported back that Ravana does not deserve any mercy. He needs to be killed. In the war that follows, everyone, including Ravana's own son, gets killed. And even Ravana gets humiliated on one occasion when he gets temporarily trounced and Rama speaks kind words to him. That hurts the most, that he spoke kind words to him. On the eve of the last war, Rama visits his wife Mandodari and seeks this advice. Ramaya Pratipaksha Kakshashikhine Dasyami va Maithilim Yuthe Raghavasayagir Vinihata Swargam Gamishyami va Nitijne Kathayaswa Devi Katama Paksho Grihitastvaya Sushravyam Priyam Asmadiyam Abhavat Manmatra Shesham Balam. Rama is capable of demolishing his enemies like how a fire destroys a thicket of grass. Shall I surrender Sita or die by the arrows of Rama and go to heaven? You are astute, Nitijna. Please tell me, which option do you prefer? I need to hear your words of wisdom. I am the only one remaining now in the army. The actor now alternates taking the role of Ravana and Mandodari. Ravana, drained of all vanity, takes his wife on his lap, caresses her, wipes her tears, and asks her about the choices now remaining for him. He portrays the prowess of Rama like wildfire across grass, annihilating the demon army. He elaborates on the two options of returning Sita, which would cause him great shame. The other option is to die at the hands of Rama, through which he attains the privilege of the heroic status in heaven. He turns to Mandodari for good counsel. The actor now assumes the role of Mandodari. She is already stricken by grief at the tragic death of her son and at the destruction of Lanka and the whole army. She thinks, what shall I tell him now? And decides to tell him the truth of what is expected of him at this situation. So again, this is a verse that has tremendous potential for the actor, maybe stretching for an hour or more in its depiction. He describes each of the incidents in detail. So I won't go into those details for want of time. So the shloka goes like, Drishtva Dainyam Bhaginya Sunaya Karavatham. You saw all this, your sister's Dainyam, Karavatham, Matulasyapi Nasham, Maricha's destruction, Salanam Bhedanam, the destruction of all the sal trees, Tat Kavivarahananam, Tat Chasugriva Sakyam, Karmanyudyana Hartur Jalanidhi Niyamam, Yo na jatastadanim kashtam nashte kulesmin kathamiva kamitarjayate te viveka. How did you now come to this kind of a good judgment? You had no viveka, no good judgment at that time. What a pity. Where has it gone? So I think these examples are enough. I think for texts, adapting other texts and making them their own with their own meanings and with an autonomy of their own. As I said earlier, it is in Nirvahanam and Prabandha Kuta that an actor gets a full play of his creativity and skill in contriving situations. So I'll some more instances of other textuality I will show and then close this. There are instances where the same text from Ramayana Prabandham is used for the Nirvahanam of Kodiyatam and for the oral narration of Prabandha Kuta. For example, in Anguliyankam, the drama of the ring. The verses cited here show an angry Rama sending Lakshmana to Sugriva to remind him about his promise to search for Sita. Gacha Lakshmana Kishkindham. Go to Kishkindha. Ruhitam Vanareshwaram. Ihaloka Sukham Mitram. Na Mitram Paralavagikam. Lakshmana, go to Kishkindha. Tell that king of monkeys that friends are meant to give comfort in this world and not in the world beyond. So it's a kind of veiled threat. Then also, न संकुचितः पन्था येन बाली गतो हतो गता समये तिष्ठ सुग्रीवा मा बालीपथम अन्वगा. Don't go the way that Bali went. That path is still open. It's not closed yet. So these are some kind of threats that he makes with a slight. There are also instances where those, apart from these prescribed for performance manuals, Artha Prakarams, the actor inserts his own preferred verses to suit a context. In Prabandha Kuta, the Chakyar dexterously improvises a verse even from Valmiki Ramayana, for example, Sita Swayamvaram. In the Sita Swayamvaram, there is this Malaya Kalita Moda Paribhrantali Malaya Ramani Ramanam Chakre Ramaniyam Rekhudvaham. With a redolent garland, bees fluttering and buzzing all around, the lovely woman wedded the handsome prince, Raghu, prince of the Raghu line. With a slight disarming change in the last line, instead of Ramaniyam Raghudvaham, the Chakyar deftly replaces Ramaniyangam Arjunam. In the context, and the context gets grafted to totally another play, Panchali Swayamvaram. So, and then there is this instance in Pudyatam where some texts elicit multiple, entirely different and sometimes even contrarian interpretations of a story, depending on the situation and character. Again in Anguliyankam, Ravana at the height of his glory describes how he comes to acquire all the power and glory that he has now, which is described as a lengthy introspective monologue taken from Torana Yuddhankam of Abhisheka, Nataka. So I conquered all the three worlds, along with the demons and my sons. With haughtiness, I struck at Mount Kailasa, the home of Lord Shiva and his attendants, making goddess Parvati quake with fear. I received his blessings, but scoffed at the offer of favors from Parvati and Nandi the attendant. She cursed me. Is that curse coming back to get at me in the shape of this wild monkey? So in a long monologue, Ravana describes how all this happens, how he receives the blessings of Shiva, and how he lives in Lanka, and also one day how his half-brother Vaishravana comes and then asks him to tone down his arrogance, and then he goes and defeats him in a war. And while he's coming back, Mount Kailasa intercepts and he plucks out the Kailasa. It's in a very elaborate way. He shows how he arrogantly plucks out the Kailasa. At that time, when Lord Shiva and Goddess Parvati were in a kind of, they were fighting about Ganga, the beautiful Ganga on his locks. And anyway, so this story is told in very, so when Parvati quakes with fear once this Ganga, when the Kailasa is quaking. So then she comes back and then hugs him. And at that time, since Parvati forgot her anger and ran back to Shiva, please Shiva blesses Ravana with super powers, and Ravana arrogantly spurns the blessings from Parvati and Nandi the bull. So he acts as though this is an example of his own arrogance and his greatness. The same mood is reflected in Maya Sitankam, where the scene where Ravana sees Sita for the first time, Indrani, Maham, that's again another. I have seen many women. I have seen women from different contexts. For example, I have seen women from the heavens, including Indrani, the wife of Indra in the past. When I abducted and held them hostage in prison, I traveled all over the world, captured lovely women and made off with them in the Pushpaka aerial chariot. During the time of the lifting of the Kailasa mountain, I also gazed at Parvati, trembling with fear. Again, but then I haven't seen sheer beauty of this scale. My eyes are blessed forever. This is Ravana seeing Sita for the first time. So when in all these cases, it is Ravana's hubris, arrogance that is showing, but there is a different picture of Ravana that emerges in Jatayu's description of Ravana when he attacks Ravana midway in the process of carrying Sita to Lanka. I'm reading only the translation. The verse is very beautiful. Of course, I know who you are. So he tells him, Ravana, of course, I know who you are. I have heard about your humiliating misadventure when the Kailasa mountain fell on your chest. I am aware how you were rotting in Kartavirya Arjuna's jail. And I also know how you got yourself tethered to Bali's tail with those hands all meshed up. I know you, a vicious comet in all three worlds. It's a great Kudiyatam occasion, not Nirvahanam but a Nadaka Bhagam verse, where Jatayu extravagantly describes how Ravana had to face humiliation at different points in his life. Here, the lifting of Mount Kailasa becomes a farcical project when a pompous Ravana tries to lift the mountain, but miserably fails many times. So this is not how Ravana sees it. Ravana, utterly exhausted and demoralized, makes a last attempt when he is able to move up the huge mountain slightly, but it falls squarely on his shoulders, and all his 20 hands get crushed underneath. Unable to bear the weight, he yells in pain, and that's how he gets the name Ravana, a screamer. He also describes how Ravana had to suffer imprisonment at Kartavirya's jail and how sage Narada plays a trick and get him bound to the tail of monkey. So the monkey, the Bali, the monkey king. So the thing is that perspectives can be different and how this kind of intertextuality also happens in Kudiyatam. Again, the same tradition of employing multiple versions comes up again and again in Prabandha Kota and also in Kudiyatam, where the comic character Vidushaka appears as a friend and minister of the mischief department, Narma Sachiva. We see this repeatedly in plays where the Vidushaka appears. There is considerable difference among the Vidushakas in Sanskrit plays. In Kudiyatam, apart from his stock functions of uttering his own conversations in Prakrit, repeating the Sanskrit verses of the hero and interpreting them in the local Malayalam, his extensive verbal elaboration, body language, voice modulations, pauses, dialectal speech, all of them make space for intratextual juxtapositions between the hero's dialogue and his comic counter remarks. To take one instance, the hero's extravagances in love find a comic subversion in the Vidushaka's professed fascination for his lover, Chakki, perhaps as a foil, but also as another critical piece of dramatic recalibration for the sake of the audience. So this is an example from Nagananda. The Vidushaka asks him, seeing him so lovesick with uncontrollable pangs of love. So Vidushaka asks him, you are known to be a brave man. Where is all that spirit gone? And naturally, Jimutavahana, he has to defend himself. He says, didn't I brave the shloka translation goes like this: Nita Kim Nisha Shishankiruchayo. Didn't I brave moonlit nights? Didn't I take the fragrance of lotus? Didn't I put up with the evening breeze suffused with the smell of jasmine flowers? Didn't I hear the sound of bees in the lotus pond? How can you say that I am not brave? And this is expansively acted by Jimutavahana. However, the Vidushaka is not one to give up so easily. He's also as brave as his master, and he demonstrates how. Didn't I spend my days without sweet cake, without even getting a sniff of a ripe mango fruit? Didn't I endure the breeze laden with the smell of cumin soup? Didn't I live through, even after hearing the sizzling sound when the curry was getting seasoned with mustard seeds? How can you say I am not brave? So I'd like to conclude now. The point is that in Kudiyatam, intertextuality is intrinsic to the actor and to the form itself. The actor contains multitudes of texts and characters with all his capabilities of citing, drawing upon, describing, elaborating on text as the need may be. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That yeah, so much for us to think about. So much you've given us. We have some time for questions. So if folks can, if you have, again, like before, if you have questions, you can raise the electronic hand and through the react button, or also drop a question into the chat or the Q&A. Give folks a minute. Leah, please. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sudha, for that fabulous talk. Just it's so much to think about and so much information, detailed and wonderful. And I was learning new things from it. I have a question. You were mentioning that, because in Prabandha Kutu, you can only use Sanskrit verses, so they're not able to directly take Mani Pravalam verses. And so I'm wondering about the process of intertextuality there. Is there a process of translation going on where they're translating the Mani Pravalam verses to Sanskrit to incorporate them, or how does that work?
Yeah, so the verses are taken, Sanskrit verses from Ramayana Prabandham mainly, because that's the text that they draw on for their narration. But for elaborating, they can freely take text from Malayalam sources and Malayalam verses. So that's how they do that. So it is, in that sense, it is intertextuality. There's no distinction in one sense between what is Ramayana Prabandham. And like I said, Ramayana Prabandham itself is not just a single text. It has so many other people who have, it is taken from many other texts. So the whole thing, if it is not intertextual, it won't be anything.
Elena, please.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so just building on what just Leah said, made me curious about something. So would you say, as you said that, the Mani Pravalam reservoir cannot be, it's enacted, but is used in the elaboration, right? What you were saying. So could we think of it in sense of an intertextuality that is in some sense relying also on intermediality? I mean, the fact that the different type of textuality that has also have different type of language, like Mani Pravalam, for example, work on Kuriatam because different medium are being used. So there is the language, the medium that is the language that is spoken, that is Sanskrit, but then there is the medium of the body that allows, in some sense, for Mani Pravalam to be on stage through the language of the body.
Yeah, so my point was that intertextuality, what we call, I mean, it's a Western term, and it's a term that sees one thing into the other, and the kind of how they coalesce, like how they build into each other, or they whichever way they adapt into each other, is intrinsic to Kuriatam in multiple ways, not just about Mani Pravalam or this thing, but also citing other places, other sources. Even the body itself becomes a site for the body. The whole body becomes an intertextual site. That was, I mean, that's very, I mean, I would like to say that it's very special to Kuriatam, the way they have done it, taken it to such refinement and to such heights. So it is not just about verses being taken from here and there, but how he or she interprets it in a way that brings in all these multiple perspectives.
Again, I stand at the edge of all of this in a way as a novice looking at this tradition. But one thing I've been thinking about with your paper and Kesavan's paper as well. By the way, Kesavan has to go. There's the lightning storm is happening in
Oh.
in Kerala, so he sends his regrets, but he wanted to get off of the internet and so on.
Right.
But so the just visually to me, one thing that strikes me is that there are two kinds of bodies on the stage. There's the characters of Ravana and so on, but then the Vidushaka is physically a different kind of body almost, right? The way that the Vidushaka is marked with the symbols and so on. So I wonder if there's an intercorporality happening between these two bodies that are engaging, the body of the Vidushaka and the body of in the case of Jimutavahana, in the case of the Nagananda or other characters. Isn't there a dialogue happening between the Vidushaka and the Sanskrit tradition, maybe?
In a way, it sort of integrates into the Sanskrit tradition. After all, it is called a Sanskrit drama, Sanskrit play. And there is, of course, very deep connection, not just as two bodies, but they for example, they're very free with each other, even in terms of stroking the body or trying to massage the body of the hero. So that kind of connection is very well established in the play when you see it. But more than that, the other function is that, I mean, apart from that kind of physical connection, the Vidushaka has to be very adept at different levels, while the heroes, I mean, whatever the hero utters, he has to say that first in Sanskrit, then he has to interpret that in Malayalam, and there he has to elaborate it also perhaps for the sake of a kind of more general audience. Maybe Madhu will be able to say this much more than me. But yeah, that there is a very intrinsic connection between the two, as it happens on the stage. And yeah, you're right that the bodies are different, even the markers are different, but that doesn't that's accepted as a code in Kudiyattam. Yeah.
Other questions from anyone in the audience? If you want to type it in, we can read it out as well. There's a couple in the Q&A. Fabrizia asks one question. She says, I'll skip the ignorant part, but I'll say, I wonder if this form of theater also uses plays of Kalidasa, which is actually an interesting question.
It may have been used perhaps at some point of time, but for a long time we have not seen Kalidasa till maybe in the 60s or 70s. One actor adapted Kalidasa, one first act, I think, of Kalidasa. And of course, recently there was Madhu himself has done an adaptation of the first. You may have seen that also. I think it was shown in US or somewhere. But yeah, it is not traditionally. We have not seen the early productions of Kalidasa.
Yeah, not Bhavabhuti either, right? I don't think Bhavabhuti is.
This is a question. I don't know. Madhu should be saying this. I mean, would you like to?
Maybe Madhu can.
Madhu?
I don't know if he's maybe. Madhu may not be there either at the moment. Maybe he's caught in the storm as well. I'm not sure.
Sorry.
Okay. Madhu's there.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, traditionally, the Kudiyattam, we are not using the Kalidasa's text. But recently, we are doing the Venuji also directed Shakuntala, and me also. But in the scholars, they said the Kalidasa's text is not proper for Kudiyattam performance, because they said our masters said the Kalidasa's plays like a flower. The actor have to just experience the smell of the flower. He has no role to do something. But Bhasa's plays like a seed or a bud. You can open it again and again. more possibility for actor or actress. Kalidasa is like a kavya. Nadaga is like a kavya. You can't do anything more because almost things Kalidas explain with his dialogue.
Madhu, having said that, would you like to explain how you did it? You did the kavya very actually.
Yeah, actually, I just did it, but it is the issue is if it is you can do just 2 hours performance or 3 hours performance is fine, but like other Kudiyatam plays like 41 days or 16 days, you can't do anything through Kalidasa's plays.
Maybe only the little bit of the Vidushaka. Like in Shakma. Only one small thing.
The Vidushaka, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fabrizio also asked, it would be interesting to see what the Vidushaka would do.
I'm sorry, I'm saying that because a lot of banas have very long kavya passages, very long. So maybe they cut them off in performance. They would.
Yeah, maybe we can ask Madhu again that, or also Sudha, when you have Prakrit passages, right, then it creates a different type of translation project, right? One has to go.
That's true. The Vidushaka has to first say his Prakrit lines, translate that into Sanskrit, then then again translate it again into Malayalam. So he has a 3-way process of translation. And then explanation, of course.
It's almost a double Anvaya then, right? There's 2 Anvaya.
4 times perhaps, right, Madhu? So 4 times.
Yeah. First, he rendering the in Prakrit, which one wrote in the text. So Bho Bhayavando Mahesino Bikhande Da. This is in Prakrit. Then translate to Sanskrit. Bho Bhagavanda Maharshaya Bhiksham Datta. This is in Sanskrit. Then go to Anvayam. Bhagavanda Maharshaya Bhiksham Datta. Then translate to Malayalam. Ale Bhagwan Marayullore Maharshimare Bhikshadarene Da Uru Brahmanan Yajikunu. Then the Maniparwala Chaya Shloka. Maniparwala. Bho Bhagavan Mare Nurjida Nikhilendriya Maharshigale Bhikshadarena Menikkiha Bhikshadarenam Param Valanyu like this. Different types of translation.
But also then after that you explain this again in more detail, no? That's the 4th layer.
More details. Yeah, according to the situation.
Thank you.
Fascinating. It's amazing. Thank you, Fabrizio, also for the questions. Are there other questions, thoughts, comments, reactions? We can. Otherwise, we can. Again, keeping attention to time, maybe we can then pause here. How about it's 10 o'clock here right now, so we're sort of verging to be on target again. How about another 5-minute break here, and we can have Leah Lothrop come after that. So it's 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. Oh, Daniele has a question or thought before we go.
I have a technical question. I have again a double sound.
Yeah, Fabrizio, I think you need to log out and log in again. You have 2 accounts, and so you're.
I think I have a bad network connection.
Yeah, but I see 2 of you on the.
Me too.
So
It's me, I don't know.
Yeah, so the best thing, Fabrizio, for you would be to log out and then log in again.
Can I go out and then come back again?
Exactly.
when it starts again. Sometimes it works.
Exactly. Please do. Yeah, I think that will work for you.
I see two videos of
Get out.
Okay, so let's take a 5-minute break
And
here
then see
and we'll
what
see you. We see everyone.
5
And let's,
minutes.
yeah, thank
Okay.
Sudha for a wonderful talk and thank you so much for your presentation. So maybe we can get started as people come back in. Hopefully Leah has had some time to wake up in the morning now. We on the West Coast here, we are subjected to having to wake up very early for this one. But thanks to all on the West Coast for being accommodating for the early start time. So we are. So if everyone is back ready and back, we're really fortunate and so happy that Dr. Leah Lothorpe can join us for our symposium. Not only because of her vast experience and expertise in Kuriatam and other Kerala traditional arts, but also personally, it's a way to kind of repay, in a way, the warmth that she had and Frank Coram had shown to me several years ago when they included me in this in this Harvard symposium that was done on South Asian folklore studies, a retrospective on A.K. Ramanujan's and other harmonies. I have fond memories of that time, and it's nice to, if only virtually, kind of recreate that here. Dr. Lothorpe is currently an assistant professor of anthropology and folklore at the University of Oregon. She completed her doctoral work in those same topics at the University of Pennsylvania. She has deeper roots from Berkeley, where we shared a mutual guru, Alan Dundes, as well. Her research involves extensive ethnographic work with Kuriatam as an intangible heritage, cultural heritage of humanity. And she very kindly corrected me when I said 2008. In fact, it was 2001 that the inscription had been done, but at that time, the ICH program hadn't been formal. It was under a different title at the time. 2008 was when it was kind of reformulated by UNESCO. But her work has resulted in really a remarkable number of extremely useful and thought-provoking articles and book chapters on Kuriatam, and she's currently completing the revision of the thesis into a book titled Deep Cosmopolitanism, Kuriatam, Dynamic Traditions and Globalizing Heritage in Kerala. I'm not sure if that's still the same title or not, but okay, that's good. In addition to her work on Kuriatam, in a fashion that's typical for folklorists, Leah has expanded her scope recently to think about informal traditions in a very different space, the digital cultures surrounding genome editing and all kinds of genetics questions. So before she goes on this journey away from the Kutambalam, we're delighted to welcome her here to present a paper on deep cosmopolitanisms in Kuriatam.
Thank you so much, Adish, and thank you so much for this invitation. I'm really happy to be here among such esteemed colleagues and scholars as well. It's wonderful to be able to present some of my work. So this is work that I've never presented before. It's and I'll mention a little bit later. It's part of a book chapter in my forthcoming book, and changing the dissertation over many years into the book entailed a quite large reworking, perhaps of 50% new material, taking a much longer, rather than a 20th and 21st century approach to Kuriatam as I had taken in the dissertation, really looking at a full 1,000-year scope of different cosmopolitan moments over time. So without more ado, I do have PDF. Can you enable screen sharing so that I can share that with everyone? Go.
Is it there now? Oh,
yes, perfect.
okay.
Everyone can see it?
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. Okay. As I enter the Margi Kuriattam Institution in Trivandrum as part of my training in Nangyar Kuttu many years ago, I find my teacher Margi Usha perched atop a low wooden stool, a sliver of soft light falling upon her face as her pink polyester sari floats around her like fresh cotton candy. She has a book in her lap, a common scene I encounter when I tiptoe into her moments of solitude. As class begins today, Usha teacher tells me that I should always sit and pray before starting practice to ensure both strength of memory and success. She has mentioned this to me previously in what I thought was a humorous jab at my bad memory or a commentary on my apparent lack of practice that day. Today, however, she explains solemnly that she does this before each practice, and it is important for me to do so as well. Usha teacher begins chanting a Sanskrit invocation to Saraswati, the goddess of learning, Ganesh, the elephant god and remover of obstacles, and to all of the respected gurus who have come before. The verse has a repetitive, lilting quality that, although I do not understand the Sanskrit words, I find beautiful and calming. Usha teacher writes the verse in my notebook, the words in the Devanagari script crisply angular. Just underneath, she pens the Sanskrit verse in the Malayalam script, her rounded letters curving and looping across the page. Usha teacher goes over the verse several times with me, making me repeat after her, and it becomes something I often return to in the years that follow. I come to marvel, and here's the verse, or part of the verse. I come to marvel at Usha teacher's ability to seamlessly transition between Sanskrit and Malayalam. The majority of my lessons concentrate on acting through the body, Angikabhinaya, and emotion-laden facial expressions, Satvikabhinaya. Despite not having to chant myself for my Nangyar Kutar and Getam, I also learn the Sanskrit verse that features in my performance, memorizing it, learning its meaning in Malayalam, and acting it out through mudra hand gestures. While teaching me the verse describing the death of the demoness Pudana, Usha teacher first writes the Sanskrit neatly in the Devanagari script, then the Malayalam translation in the Malayalam script, and then teaches me the corresponding mudras and facial expressions in the embodied language of the Kuriyattam stage. Multilingual navigation like this is an important part of Kuriyattam performance in its many variations. Sanskrit drama more broadly was multilingual at its inception approximately 2,000 years ago, with the hero speaking Sanskrit and all others, the companion to the hero, as well as female and other lower status characters, speaking Prakrit or local dialects alongside mudra hand gestures. As Sanskrit drama was adapted for the Kerala stage, the number of languages used in performance increased to include, in various contexts, Sanskrit, Prakrit, Malayalam, Manipravalam, Tamil, and Mudras. In this paper, I argue that Kuriyattam's multilingualism constitutes a form of embodied cosmopolitanism, with each language indexing larger than local and/or local worlds. I make a case for Kuriyattam's embodied cosmopolitanism via exploring how artists today experience performing in multiple languages, while considering the changing relationship between language and power over time. This research forms part of my book, manuscript, Deep Cosmopolitanism, Kuriyattam, Dynamic Tradition, and Globalizing Heritage in Kerala, India, an ethnographic study of the world's oldest continuously performed theater, Kuriyattam, that offers a unique perspective on cosmopolitanism, heritage, and tradition over the longue durée. Set to be published with Indiana University Press in 2025, in the book, I explore how the many roles Kuriyattam has played in various cosmopolitan formations over its rich history challenge Eurocentric cosmopolitan genealogies and assumptions about cosmopolitanism, tradition, and modernity, and prompt new ideas about what these might mean today. Adopting Breckenridge, Pollock, and Chakrabarty's definition of cosmopolitanism as multiple ways of thinking and acting beyond the local, the concept of deep cosmopolitanism allows us to consider what it means to be cosmopolitan in the world in multiple ways across a temporal depth that moves beyond the abbreviated time of colonial modernity. Locating Kudiyatam's origins in the Sanskrit cosmopolis, the circulation of Sanskrit poetry across South and Southeast Asia from approximately 3 to 1300 CE, I chart multiple episodes of the art's larger-than-local engagements through to the present day. In the book, I trace how Kudiyatam has regularly traversed borders, encountered cultural others, and more recently been reimagined as heritage and embraced as part of the distinct national narratives of a communist Kerala, a Hinduizing India, and a globalizing world. In the process, I explore how the art has dynamically adapted to shifting power centers and audience tastes over time. So today I consider Kudiyatam's embodied cosmopolitanism, by which I mean aspects of the artist's body and performance that index larger than local worlds, particularly Kudiyatam's incredible multilingualism on stage. A conversation I once had with Suraj Nambiar, a young non-hereditary actor at the Amanur Gurukulam in Niralakuda, sparked my deeper interest in this arena. When I asked him if he considered Kudiyatam a Kerala, Indian, or world theater, he first reflected on the relationship between Sanskrit and Malayalam in performance, telling me, Kudiyatam is called a Sanskrit theater. It uses Sanskrit plays. These are Indian plays, not Kerala plays. But this survived because only the text is in Sanskrit. The whole Attapragaram is in Malayalam, the mother tongue. You cannot do theater in a foreign language. Okay, you can, but only after first doing it in your mother tongue and then translating it. Body language and your thinking and your expressions and everything are all close to your mother tongue. So there is no problem that this is Sanskrit theater because only the text is in Sanskrit. All other things are in the mother tongue, the language of your dreams. Do you ever dream in Sanskrit? I asked. Never, he replied. Suraj's poetic descriptions of the impossibility of theater in a foreign language and of one's mother tongue as a language of dreams stuck with me, prompting me to inquire further into languages and performance in Kudiyatam during subsequent visits to Kerala. The polyglot art vacillates at various times between Sanskrit, Prakrit, Manipravalam, Tamil, the language of mudra hand gestures, and Malayalam. So here I explore Kudiyatam's multilingualism, as well as how artists today experience performing in multiple languages on stage. Moving to consider language use on stage, let's begin with a reminder of the different stages of a full Kudiyatam performance. First, the solo Purupad character entrance. Second, the solo Nirvahanam character retrospection. Third, repetitions of sequences 1 and 2 for additional characters. And 4, Kudiyatam proper with multiple characters on stage. In terms of languages, Sanskrit, Malayalam, and Mudras dominate Kudiyatam performance. When considering all of Kudiyatam's languages and the worlds they evoke, Sanskrit and Prakrit index cosmopolitan worlds. Manipravalam, Tamil, and Mudras signify local/larger than local hybrids, and Malayalam represents the region, the local. So let's first consider the cosmopolitan languages, Sanskrit and Prakrit, which as part of Sanskrit theater performance belong to what Sheldon Pollock terms the Sanskrit cosmopolis. Pollock describes the Sanskrit cosmopolis as an alternative cosmopolitanism spanning ancient South and Southeast Asia from approximately 3 to 1300 CE, premised on voluntary membership in a wider Sanskrit literary world. Sanskrit, long a sacred language confined to the realms of Hindu religious practice, became a mode of literary and political expression around the start of the Common Era. Sanskrit literary culture soon spread throughout South and Southeast Asia, from today's Malaysia to Afghanistan and Sri Lanka to Nepal, constructing what Pollock characterizes as a voluntaristic cosmopolitanism created via voluntary affiliation with a wider Sanskrit literary world. This centered around Sanskrit literary forms such as kavya or poetry, circulating as a form of cosmopolitan literary communication that he characterizes as unbounded, unobstructed, and unlocated. As Pollock provocatively asserts, there was nothing unusual about finding a Chinese traveler studying Sanskrit grammar in Sumatra in the 7th century, an intellectual from Sri Lanka writing Sanskrit literary theory in the northern Deccan in the 10th, or Khmer princes composing Sanskrit political poetry for the magnificent pillars of Mebon and Prirup in Angkor in the 12th. The production of Sanskrit drama was part of the circulation of Sanskrit poetry that constituted the Sanskrit cosmopolis. According to the Natya Shastra, the text of a drama is considered kavya or poetry, while its performance on stage is natya or drama. Pre-modern critical literature refers to Sanskrit drama as drishya kava or visual poetry. Keith describes it as the highest product of Indian poetry, with the art critic Vamana lauding Sanskrit drama as the greatest form of literature in the 8th or 9th century. The Natya Shastra likewise outlines the polyglot multilingual nature of Sanskrit theater, describing multi-languages used on stage. Sanskrit, Prakrit, often glossed as the vernacular form of Sanskrit, yet a strictly literary language, and Deshapasha, or regional languages. Aulich points out that while the Natya Shastra outlines these 3 literary language categories, later pre-modern writers considered Prakrit and Deshapasha synonymous, a model that continues to dominate scholarship today, with scholars collectively referring to a wide range of languages related to Sanskrit as the plural Prakrits. As the production of Sanskrit drama in a Malayalam-speaking region at the end of this period, Kudiyattam began squarely situated within the circulation of Sanskrit poetry that made up the Sanskrit cosmopolis. Kudiyattam's production of a wider corpus of Sanskrit drama is evidence that it was, at least at its inception, consciously part of this voluntary, larger-than-local poetic world. It shares a striking number of similarities with the Natya Shastra, which Sutta has written about, in performance, particularly in its temple context, but I don't have the time to elaborate upon that here. So in the multi-character Kudiyattam proper, with multiple characters on stage, the male hero employs Sanskrit, which indexes this larger cosmopolitan world, alongside the multilingual Vidushaka, who translates the hero's lines for the audience. In Kudiyattam's Nirvahanam segments and other solo performances like Mativilasam Kutu, Angaliyangam Kutu, and Namyar Kutu, the actor does not recite his or her own lines, but instead acts them out through pantomime and mudras. Here, an actress cum musician, seated stage right, recites the actor's Sanskrit lines while playing Kuritalam cymbals. Prakrit only appears in Kudiyattam proper, where women and other lower male characters, including the Vidushaka, chant their lines in Prakrit. As Kalamandalam Sindhu told me, the type of Prakrit or Prakrits in each play can vary according to both the time and place of the playwright, as well as the status of the characters speaking it. Margi Saji Narayan Chakyar similarly told me that the Vidushaka's Prakrit is generally different from that of female characters. Particularly, the Prakrit used by the demoness Shurpanaka in Shaktipadra's Ascharya Chudamani is different from the Prakrit used by the same character in the guise of an attractive woman, Lalita, which he described as a little more beautiful. Interestingly, the Sanskrit and Prakrit language use roughly follows that outlined in the Natya Shastra, although the use of other languages, as we'll see, diverges significantly. The languages that I classify as local/cosmopolitan hybrids in Kudiyatam are Manipravalam, Tamil, and Mudra hand gestures. In the Kerala context, as we've seen, Manipravalam is a hybrid literary language that mixes Sanskrit and a Tamil dialect considered an early form of Malayalam. It only appears in Kudiyatam when used by the Vidushaka in Kudiyatam proper, not in Chakyarkuttu or Prabandhakuttu. So in this context, the Vidushaka chants his lines first in Prakrit, as we saw Mathuashan elaborate, then Sanskrit, and then Malayalam when he expands all of the various meanings of the hero's verse. It's only after this that he performs an abbreviated summary of the hero's lines in Manipravalam. According to Magi Saji Chakyar, Manipravalam is used to, quote, make fun of the hero through a parody of the hero's verse. According to Goran Arzoni, who's also here, Manipravalam is specifically a lingual genre in which most of the early literary non-Sanskrit texts in Kerala were composed. It was closely connected to the stage and may even have been developed by Chakyar actors themselves. As the Vidushaka only appears in a limited number of performances as compared to the wider Kudiyatam repertoire, Manipravalam is a minority language on stage. An even greater minority language on stage today is Tamil, also known as Nambiyar Tamil, which Clifford Jones defines as the recitation by the Nambiyar in Old Malayalam, which explains or elaborates upon the act of the drama which is being presented. Kalamadalam Unikrishna Nambiyar revealed that it is only used today in Anguliyangam Kuttu, although he heard that it was previously used in Mativilasam Kuttu as well. He described the language as basically Malayalam, but some of the words have what he calls the taste of Tamil. Uniyashan gave the example of the past tense of the verb to do, which in Malayalam is chedu. When speaking Nambiyar Tamil, he would instead say chedan. Like that, he told me, some words have the taste or the music of Tamil. Even if it's not directly Tamil, it has a similarity to it. While today we know Tamil as the language of the neighboring state of Tamil Nadu, Tamil here refers to an early form of Malayalam that developed from early Middle Tamil. As late as the 14th century, Malayalam was regularly referred to as Tamil alongside Pasha language and Kerala Pasha, Kerala language, only becoming known as Malayalam in the 19th century. Despite being Old Malayalam, I consider Tamil in this context hybrid in the sense that it simultaneously indexes a local and a larger than local imagining. The Mudra hand gesture language, by contrast, is a dominant language on stage. When I asked artists which languages one must know for Kudiyatam performance, most did not include mudras. Usha teacher, however, emphasized, just like other languages have alphabets, mudras are the alphabet of Kudiyatam. With these letters, we make sentences. With these sentences, we make paragraphs. And with 10 paragraphs, we enact a story. Indeed, one thing that makes Kudiyatam mudras so special is that they are equipped to express full sentences, replete with grammatical markers such as dative, possessive, locative, and plural. As I've explained elsewhere, artists also use mudras as an insider language of offstage communication. On the Kudiyatam stage, the majority of dialogue and storytelling happens through mudras, with spoken dialogue generally scarce outside of the Vidushaka's performance. The mudra language is hybrid in the sense that while the use of mudras was specified in the Natya Shastra and they are still widely used today in arts across the Indian subcontinent, Kudiyatam's mudras are a local variation of this wider cosmopolitan phenomenon inspired by a Kerala treatise known as the Hastalakshana Deepika. Likewise, the regional language Malayalam is dominant on stage, although sometimes invisible. While most evident in the Vidushaka's banter, Malayalam's prominence as a language of artists' interior dialogue, guiding their mudra storytelling, is less obvious to audiences. This becomes evident in grammatical differences between the enactment of Sanskrit verses, where mudras follow Sanskrit grammar, and mudras throughout the rest of the performance, not directly associated with the Sanskrit verses, tend to follow Malayalam grammar. An important behind-the-scenes language, the majority of Kuriyatam Attapragaram acting manuals and Kramadibika production manuals are written in Malayalam. It should be noted that this is not everyday Malayalam, but an extremely refined, highly Sanskritized register of the language. Kalamadalam Sindhu told me that it's a different kind of Malayalam, one that she had to study to master. Other registers of Malayalam also occasionally appear in performance, like in the demoness Shurpanaka's Malayalam dialogue in Ascharya Chudamani, where she speaks a lower caste dialect that, for example, uses chundari instead of sundari as the word for beautiful. And it makes me think of Saji Ashant Margi, Saji Narayan and Chakyar on stage. I've seen him multiple times saying, Yan chundari no. In the closely allied forms of Nangyar Kutu, Chakyar Kutu, and Padagam, part of the wider Kuriyatam complex, language use varies as well. In Nangyar Kutu, an expanded Nirvahanam form, the actress as storyteller does not employ Prakrit as do female roles in Kuriyatam, despite wearing the same costume. As in other solo performances, the Nangyar Kuta actress enacts the tale through pantomime and mudra gestures, while the actress cum musician accompanying her on cymbals chants the verses in Sanskrit. Similarly, while Chakyar Kutu or Prabandha Kutu uses the same costume as the Kuriyatam Vidushaka, the actor differs in his language use, employing only Sanskrit and Malayalam without Prakrit or Manipravalam. Finally, Padagam, the traditional verbal solo performance of Nambyars, similar to Chakyar Kutu but without the privilege of social critique, employs strictly Sanskrit and Malayalam alongside its own unique costume. Moving on to the conceptualization of Sanskrit among Kuriyatam artists, Suraj Nambiar's emphasis that one cannot do theater in a foreign language stuck with me over the years, and I decided to explore the topic on a later research trip. As our conversation had centered around Kuriyatam, I interpreted Suraj's statement to mean that he considers Sanskrit a foreign language, despite him never explicitly saying so. Upon inquiring with him again, however, I realized that I had approached the topic from an English-centric perspective that considers any language other than one's mother tongue to be a foreign language. In Malayalam, there are two words to describe a non-mother tongue: Videsha Pasha, foreign language, and Anya Pasha, other language. While Suraj used the English term foreign language in our initial English conversation, he thoroughly rejected my attempt to characterize Sanskrit as a Videsha Pasha in a follow-up conversation that we had in Malayalam. Oh, no, Sanskrit is not a foreign language. It is a language of India itself, he corrected me. When I shifted, asking if he considers Sanskrit an Anya Pasha, he similarly rejected this, telling me that Sanskrit is part of Malayalam, so it cannot be considered an other language. I subsequently posed the same question to other artists. Despite varying justifications, all artists strikingly agreed that while Sanskrit is not their mother tongue, neither is it an other language. So in this section, I explore the ways that Kuriyatam artists conceptualize Sanskrit, the most prominent of the non-mother tongue languages on the Kuriyatam stage, via their answers to my question, is Kuriyatam an Anya Pasha? Let's see. Amanikutti Nangyarama, daughter of Mani Madhavachakya, first clarified what the term means, reflecting upon it in relation to artist and audience interaction. She queried, "What's an Anya Pasha?" It's a language that we don't know. The Vidushaka is there to help audiences understand the Sanskrit acting, right? That's why we don't feel it's an Anya Pasha. While everyone I spoke to unequivocally replied that Sanskrit is not an Anya Pasha, a few contrasted their relationship with the language before they began to study Kuriyatam. Both Kalamadalam Shailaja and Kalamadalam Sindhu admitted that before they began their Sanskrit studies in Kuriyatam, Sanskrit felt to them like an Anya Pasha. As Kalamadalam Shailaja told me, Sanskrit definitely felt like an Anya Pasha then, because we didn't learn Sanskrit in school before coming to Kalamandalam. Some students take it and some take Malayalam. For those that take it, it's easy, but for those who didn't, it's very challenging. Kalamandalam Sindhu similarly shared, when I arrived as a student, I didn't know Sanskrit. When I began to study, it was totally an Anya Pasha for me. Now it's not. Usha teacher offered a different perspective of her experience before her Sanskrit studies, reflecting, I hadn't learned it yet, but I didn't feel that Sanskrit was an Anya Pasha because there's a lot of Sanskrit in our prayers. We pray every morning when we get up, and I learned the meaning of these shlokas in order to understand them. She continued laughing. I also knew so many shlokas whose meaning I didn't know. Most people chant shlokas without knowing their meaning. Kalamandalam Sindhu followed up by clarifying how she integrated Sanskrit into her life through stage practice, telling me, after studying and studying, just like the language I use in everyday life, Sanskrit became the language of my life on stage. Because of that, I no longer feel it's an Anya Pasha. These two lives, my artistic life and everyday life, are very close to each other. They are not detached, and their languages, Malayalam and Sanskrit, are very close also. Sudar similarly reflected, when you're performing in Sanskrit, it's not your mother tongue. But we have another journey with the language because we have a practice where we make it ours. If you recite a play 1,000 times or more, you make it yours. So in a way, it becomes your language. Dr. Aparna Nangyar, a young hereditary Kuriyatam actress and Sanskrit professor in the photo here, revealed how through her own Kuriyatam practice, Sanskrit became like a mother tongue, revealing, from our childhood we are studying Sanskrit, all the basics of Sanskrit. So personally, I don't have those feelings that Sanskrit is not my mother tongue. Sanskrit is everything for me, my favorite language. It's my studies, my profession, my passion, everything. One common justification artists gave for rejecting Sanskrit as an Anya Pasha was that it is a language of India. Some call it the mother tongue of India, while others characterize it as the root of all Indian languages. Margi Sajinarayanan Chakyar associated this idea with the pan-Indian performance of Sanskrit drama. As he explained, Sanskrit is Parada's language. There were Sanskrit dramas all over India earlier. When I asked him to explain his idea of Parada, Satyashan indicated an older conception larger than India's current national borders, emphasizing, it was all one before they divided it, right? When I say Parada, I mean before all of these national divisions happened. Dr. C.K. Jayandi, a hereditary artist and Sanskrit professor, underscored, every Indian language has a connection to Sanskrit that speakers are mostly unaware of. In Sanskrit aesthetics, the ultimate theory is rasa. Most Malayalis don't know that rasa is the ultimate theory of Parada's theater. They don't know Parada, they don't know Sanskrit. But when asked how the performance was, they'll say, it was really rasam, enjoyable. Another example is food. How was the food? It was very rasam. Malayalis and Tamils even have a dish named rasam. Rasa is enjoyment. Rasa is aesthetic experience. Everywhere in India, they'll quickly recognize this word. Every language has it. A related characterization a few artists brought to my attention is of Sanskrit as the language of the Hindu gods. Kalamandalam Shailaja asserted, Sanskrit is our language itself, the language of the gods, the language of the Vedas. She then quickly followed up humorously. They say that when we speak Sanskrit, the gods listen. With exaggerated expressions, her eyes cast to the heavens, she jokingly queried, my lord, are you listening? Deva Kalkamo. Looking up. She's a very funny person. The most common response from artists was that Sanskrit is not an Anya Pasha because Sanskrit is part of Malayalam. Many referred to Malayalam's origins as the merging of Tamil and Sanskrit. With Amunur Kuttan Chakyar musing, there would be no Malayalam if not for Sanskrit. Most of its words are Sanskrit words. When you join Sanskrit and Tamil, you get Malayalam. Despite the fact that the languages belong to different language families, Malayalam to the Dravidian and Sanskrit to the Indo-European, Malayalam is a highly Sanskritized language whose alphabet encompasses the full range of Sanskrit phonemes. Higher registers of Malayalam are particularly Sanskrit heavy, although everyday language has its fair share as well. As Kalamadalam Shailaja explained, many words we use in Malayalam are Sanskrit words without even being aware of it. When people speak, they think it's Malayalam, but it's all Sanskrit. For example, mukham, or face, is the common word in Malayalam, but mukham is the Sanskrit word. The Malayalam word is monda. You can use the words interchangeably. Monda is from a lower level of the language, and mukham from a higher level. Dr. Jayanthi similarly elaborated, Sanskrit doesn't need to be a mother tongue. My language, Malayalam, is full of Sanskrit. In a shloka, 75% of the words we already know because they're Malayalam words. They're Sanskrit words, but have a Malayalam meaning. So we would never say or write that Sanskrit feels like a different language. She mentioned that for much of history, most Sanskrit works in Kerala were written in the Malayalam script, as we saw Usha teacher write the Saraswati prayer at the beginning of the paper. This practice further blurred the lines between the two languages, with Devanagari script only becoming common after the spread of printing in the 19th century. This blurring of Sanskrit and Malayalam is also evident in Kudiyattam stage manuals. Written in the Malayalam language, Sanskrit verses likewise appear in the manuals and Attapragarams in Malayalam script. Several artists commented that the Malayalam in these stage manuals is distinct. As Kalamadalam Shailaja told me, Attapragarams have a different language style. So when we write new Attapragarams, we have to follow that. Kalamadalam Sindhu elaborated, we don't use everyday Malayalam in the Attapragaram language. This Malayalam is a translation of the Sanskrit. It follows Sanskrit rules. That is why case endings are so important. Otherwise, we don't give them much importance in everyday Malayalam. Dr. Jayanthi clarified that while Malayalam has case endings like Sanskrit, many are dropped in contemporary usage. However, these case endings remain strictly required in Sanskrit, a principle carried over to the Malayalam used in Attapragarams. Intimately related to Kudiyattam artists' conceptions of Sanskrit, this section explores embodied cosmopolitanism through the lens of how artists experience performing in multiple languages on stage. So in doing so, I consider artists' responses to my questions. How do you negotiate between languages in performance? And do you ever feel a moment of switching languages on stage? I asked these questions immediately after inquiring if artists consider Sanskrit an Anya Pasha. So although I intended this question to encompass all languages in Kudiyattam performance, the majority of answers focused on artists' experiences of specifically performing in Sanskrit. So a number of responses focused on the embodiment of the practice over time. When students begin learning, they translate the Sanskrit into Malayalam, perceiving a strict distinction between the two languages, as we saw Kalamadalam Sindhu describe of her own learning experience. Once becoming a fully trained actor or actress, however, as she told me, we feel that Sanskrit and Malayalam are the same. There is no difference. In our mind, they're part of our everyday life. Suraj clarified a practical distinction in performance, explaining that when you are reciting and doing a mudra, it follows Sanskrit grammar. Otherwise, with mudras and no recitation, it follows Malayalam grammar. Despite this, he clarified that there is no conscious switching involved, explaining it's because of the practice. G. Venu also emphasized it's so deep that you don't feel a switch. Similarly, several artists spoke in terms of images conjured in their minds in lieu of words, which further de-emphasized transitions between languages. As Usha teacher expressed, whichever language you're speaking, the content is the same. You don't need the words. We have the meaning inside in our thoughts. Aparna Nangyar affirmed that she feels no such switching in performance, underscoring, it's because we're thinking of the real meaning of the Sanskrit shlokas while reciting. If I'm reciting Himagara, Himagara means moon. So in my mind, I see the image of a moon. Dr. Amuna Rajaneesh Chakyar similarly explained, while reciting, we will see the image from that Sanskrit shloka, the content, and then we will explain the image by adding questions in Malayalam. How was that? How did that happen? Then we will elaborate the image. That is the process. Always tied to practice, senior artist Payankalam Narayana Chakyar great-grandnephew of Painkulam Namachakyar and one of the early Kuriyatam students at Kerala Kalamandalam, also emphasized, there's no feeling of switching languages. It's a fluid process. The languages come together if you've really studied Sanskrit. If not, if you don't know the meaning, it doesn't come. In practice, if I chant shlokas while acting, students who don't know Sanskrit have to learn the mudras by heart. But when we do it, we know what we're acting. I don't think of the Malayalam word at all, actually. I think of the Sanskrit word, and the Sanskrit meanings come automatically. A few offered insight into how earlier artists related to Kuriyatam's languages, which differs from today. As Dr. Srikant V, great-grandson of Mani Madhavacharya, explained, in olden times, they didn't feel any inherent difference between Sanskrit and Malayalam. For example, Mani Pravalam shlokas. These are half Malayalam and half Sanskrit, so the switch over to complete Sanskrit or to complete Malayalam wasn't much. And what is Malayalam? It's 90% Sanskrit words, so the inherent difference others feel, they didn't feel. Dr. Jayanthi clarified further, saying, those studying Kuriyatam traditionally, they weren't told that they were learning Sanskrit. They didn't know. Since shlokas are written in the Malayalam script, they were reading them without knowing it's Sanskrit. They thought that they were reading and learning Malayalam. It was the scholars who came and told them that this is Sanskrit, this is Prakrit, and these are Pasas plays. They didn't need to know this when they were studying traditionally. Dr. Jayanthi offered further valuable insight into language comprehension and hereditary practice, telling me, only if you show the mudras do you know the meaning of the shlokas. As a Nangyar with extensive experience chanting shlokas from the side of a Kuriyatam stage in hereditary contexts, she admitted that she grew up learning all of the shlokas by heart without knowing their meaning, even the 500 verses of Anguliyangam. She related this to past practice, describing the experience of her grandmother. My grandmother didn't know how to read or write, but she could chant all the Anguliyangam shlokas and show you where they were in the palm leaf manuscript. She laughed, continuing, she didn't know Sanskrit or how to read or write in Malayalam, but she knew all the shlokas. That is oral tradition. Some grandmothers were like that. Some chanted with knowledge of the language, and some chanted without. There were many like that. Dr. Jayanthi mused that one likely reason for the grave consequences associated with mistakes made during recitation and hereditary contexts, ranging from curses of illness to childlessness, was to prevent the introduction of mistakes to the oral texts over time. Oral tradition being what it is, however, errors alongside other changes were inevitable. Indira, a Sanskrit teacher and hereditary performer, related a similar experience in childhood of shloka memorization and recitation without Sanskrit knowledge. Learning Sanskrit later at college, she told me, was the first time she realized that some of the shlokas her family chanted contained errors, which she corrected for her and her own daughter Aparna's future performances. The experience of learning extensive Sanskrit verses for recitation on stage is a specifically gendered hereditary experience for Nangyar performers who recited verses for all solo acting performances such as Nirvahanam, Anguliyangam Kutu, Mativilasam Kutu, and Nangyar Kutu. Over the course of several centuries, Nangyars were for unknown reasons increasingly erased from acting roles on Kuriyatam stages through a number of strategies, becoming, as Johann terms, voice only, recited from the side of the stage. As the Natya Shastra mandated the participation of women in theater, Madhavan sees this elimination as part of a larger historical trend of erasing women from the stage throughout the Indian subcontinent. For women on the Kuriyatam stage, recitation and acting thus became largely divorced from one another over time, with recitation focused on faithfully reproducing large numbers of meticulously memorized Sanskrit verses on stage. This is not to say there were no actresses on the Kuriyatam stage. Legends of extraordinary actresses indicate their sustained presence over time. This was nevertheless in a context of wider erasure that did not change until the late 20th century revival of women's roles. This erasure even largely continues on hereditary temple stages today. As Dr. Jayanthi described, when we learn orally, we don't reflect upon the meaning. When you memorize the shlokas for chanting, there is no need to make the connection to meaning. The realm of meaning thus became the purview of the primarily male actors acting through mudras on stage, as well as those with the privilege of Sanskrit learning, to which not all had access. Sanskrit knowledge, for its part, facilitated the conscious modification of oral tradition. In a time when most women were denied Sanskrit learning, Guru Mani Madhavacharya insisted that all of his daughters study Sanskrit, beginning in the early 1920s, with his eldest daughter, Tankama Nangyarama, who even qualified as a Sanskrit teacher. Dr. Jayanti told a tale of one of the Guru's younger daughters, her aunt Vasumati Nangyarama, who used her Sanskrit knowledge to make a creative change to the text. She was chanting a shloka that referred to the god of love, Kamadeva, by the name Chakyar is used for him, Meenaketu, which conjures images of the god's fish emblem. Her aunt substituted this name for the name commonly used by Nangyars, Pushpadhanwa, which refers to Kamadeva shooting flower-tipped arrows of love. The images vary, but both are correct, Dr. Jayanti explained. She similarly recalled an instance where she herself modified a shloka in performance. Smiling, she recounted, "The only one who noticed was father, P.K. Narayanan Nambiar. He learned all of the dramas by heart, as well as the Shastras and Ayurvedic texts. Long ago in the Gurukula system, starting with 3 years old until 12, children had to memorize all Shastras by heart and then afterwards connect them to theory. Learning everything by heart increases your memory capacity. If someone comes to me with a question, I consult the book, then forget. Father doesn't forget. He learned everything by heart. Learning by heart is the first step, then analyzing is the second, and the third step is creation." In conclusion, in this paper, I've explored Kuriyatam's embodied cosmopolitanism today via its fascinating multilinguality, alongside Kuriyatam's cosmopolitan origins as part of the wider circulation of Sanskrit drama within the Sanskrit cosmopolis. The local yet cosmopolitan birth of Kuriyatam signified an acknowledgement of the power and value of both Sanskrit, the cosmopolitan language, and Malayalam, the vernacular. This paper has likewise tangentially charted the changing relationship between language and power over time, specifically of Sanskrit in the world of Kuriyatam. Within the world of Kuriyatam, the power of Sanskrit persisted, not only as the key to knowledge and meaning on stage, but as an avenue of innovation. Centuries of oral and mimetic tradition connected Sanskrit dramatic verses with their meaning through mudra hand gestures. As the actresses were erased from the Kuriyatam stage over time, they were deprived of the connection to textual meaning that mudra enactment provided them. As many Nangyars weren't given access to Sanskrit learning, their relationship with the language became restricted to memorization of words for the sole purpose of recitation. While they would have had understanding given that Malayalam shares many words in common with Sanskrit, a connection to the verse's full meaning would have been absent. As we saw Dr. Jayanti outline, learning by heart is the first step, then analyzing is the second, and the third step is creation. Without access to both acting and Sanskrit knowledge, many Nangyars were thereby deprived of analysis and the power of innovation. Through their dominance on stage, therefore, Chakyar male actors hegemonized both meaning and innovation on the Kuriyatam stage for centuries. Nowadays, Kuriyatam is firmly embedded in the public sphere and institutional training, with all students, regardless of gender or caste, required to learn Sanskrit. Actresses are likewise a prominent force on stage today. As drummer Kalamadulam Sajith recently told me, nowadays, actually, the ladies are doing most of the work and everything, most of the programs and news stories. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Leah. What a wonderful talk. We can all give our clap reactions. So we have plenty of time for discussion, questions, thoughts people have. Fabrizia has a number of ideas in the in the chat. If others have questions or thoughts, please raise your virtual hands, and then we can call on you. Can't see everyone's faces here. Nice to see David. Nice to see you after so many years. David was my first Sanskrit teacher. So. Guru Pranam. So, yeah, Sudha, please.
Yeah, wonderful lecture. Thank you so much. So many facets you revealed. I wanted to ask what you were talking about between language and power. And did you say that Sanskrit has a primacy in the reckoning of Kuriatam? Did you say that in popular understanding or even among actors, they think that Sanskrit is a primary language of all this, and then did you say that?
Yeah. So this is an excerpt from my larger chapter, where half of it is looking at Sanskrit cosmopolis and the changing nature of Sanskrit over time in the vernacular. So in that larger sense, I'm looking at changes in language and power over time there on a wider scale. But yeah, within Kuriatam, how Sanskrit and the relation to Sanskrit maps power over time. So in the very last bit, talking about how Nangyars had access to Sanskrit but not to the meaning, corresponds with losing power on stage and losing access in that sense. But also, I would say that, I mean, even though Sanskrit is not the primary language on stage in terms of, you know, mudras are the primary language on stage, I would still say also that most actors still acknowledge the primacy of Sanskrit because it's such a large part of their own learning process. I mean, it's a long learning process to learn Sanskrit yourself, and especially for the Shakyars and male actors, like you were talking about, learning the intertextuality. You really have to be a scholar in that sense to incorporate all of that. And that oftentimes I think doesn't get acknowledged quite as much, the degree of quality of such being a high scholar that's required of being a Kuriatam performer.
Maybe Kashi first, and then Dr. Valyamangalam after Kashi.
Hey, thank you so much for your discussion of relationships to Sanskrit over time. I was actually really wondering about your process of fieldwork and like your fieldwork over time. And I wondered if in a kind of contemporary context, if you've noticed any shifts in relationships to Sanskrit over time in these Kuriatam performing communities, say from like when you first started your fieldwork into kind of your more recent conversations.
I'm not sure in terms of a shift to Sanskrit. So I'm in the larger scheme, there's so many scholars. There's not so many scholars, but among the wider range of scholars, I'm one of the newer ones, even though I've been working with Kuriatam for nearly 20 years, but others have been working on it for much longer. So in that time span, really starting in 2006, but really 2008 is when I really started, when I moved to Kerala for 2 years to do my field work. Looking at Sanskrit itself was actually not a primary focus of my research. I was mostly predominantly interested originally in UNESCO intangible cultural heritage and how that has impacted the artists in their lives, and the reinvention of Kuriatam in the 20th century at Kalamandalam. So this specific idea of focusing on Sanskrit is a newer, really, I did this research in 2020, my last visit to Kerala, following up on this. So I can't say that I've particularly paid particular attention to the value of Sanskrit over time in that sense, but I haven't necessarily noticed a change. I do know that with the increase of new choreographies and having to write new Ashtaprakarams, I know I've heard artists talk about consulting Sanskrit scholars to help them with the verses, because it is a scholarly endeavor to write a new Ashtaprakaram. And so perhaps with some would say an explosion of new choreographies. New choreographies have been more democratized. Let's say in the olden days, let's say before UNESCO recognition, it was primarily certain senior scholars who did the new choreographies. And after UNESCO recognition, many artists say, oh, everyone's doing new things these days. So in that sense, perhaps there's more of a kind of a democratization and greater engagement with Sanskrit if you're writing your own autograms and doing new choreographies. So perhaps from that viewpoint, there has been an increase in engagement with it on a scholarly level by more actors and actresses than previously.
Great, thank you.
I think Dr. Annakutti, not sure which name.
Mangalam, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Forgive me, I'm not sure which
Yeah,
name to
that's
say.
okay. I see that Bhasha is a problem. I see the problem of language, you see. Beginning with pronouncing already, yeah. Thank you very much for this vivid lecture, and I enjoyed it, and it was very nicely, interestingly presented also. Thank you very much, and I could learn a lot because I'm not from this field, but I have something to do with languages. Being a professor of language, and that also of foreign languages, I was envying you how easily you were getting away with the history of language, with the evolution of language, the influences of language, and especially in a country like India, which is a laboratory of languages. You can experiment, and that's what we are doing, and we are experimenting. As my one colleague, she put the question very, very subtly, and I want to touch that very question, that is language and power. You see, language is, I think, much of the problem, political as well as even otherwise, what's going on not only in India, even other parts of the world, especially in the United States also, you know, it's nice to talk about it in the field of art, dance, and all the rest of it, and you can get away with it. But when you have to live real life, the ordinary people, and the so-called educated and the so-called uneducated, though I won't consider anybody as uneducated, pardon me for saying this, but as we always divide in language, I feel we cannot get away as scholars so easily with the problem of language, whether it is in the field of art or it is in the field of, let's say, anywhere. If I say that to the Western world, why don't accept Latin? And everybody speaks Latin, and all the languages come from Latin. That there may be, to some extent, some truth, but as far as India is concerned, there are so many different families of languages. I mean, one always gives the impression as if all the Indian languages originated from Sanskrit. No, this is not true. Especially Malayalam, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, these southern languages, they come from another totally different family of languages. That is Dravidian family, right? And in the same way, the Northeast languages from a different family of language. And Sanskrit, okay, you can say many of the Indo-European languages. And I feel there also, it's, well, the same way we can say English, you see, we learning English, we can also say it's no Anya Bhasha. Now we could say in India, it's no more so much of an Anya Bhasha, but we call it adoptive language, yeah? So even if you want to say, even in the field of art, I can say one should put the basic question, how does Sanskrit come all the way from north to south? The Devas brought it, gods brought it. How do come these gods to the south? I think one should be very, very, very careful, and especially in these days where whole of India is going to be Bharatized and Sanskritized, you are talking into the tongues of the present political power. Please, we have to be careful.
Well put. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that point. Definitely. So in my larger book, I consider politics behind, particularly since several of the chapters are about heritage, and heritage is all about power and politics. That definitely the fact that Kuriatam is a Sanskrit theater played a big role in it being kind of celebrated and sponsored by the Indian government beginning in the 1960s. And I also think played quite a large role in how easily it went through getting UNESCO recognition. Other later forms who were not based upon Sanskrit or who were not Hindu, for example, had a harder time or were not recognized by the Indian government. Their applications were not forwarded to UNESCO. So there's quite a lot of politics going on. And that was 20 years ago. But Kuriatam's application, when it was first recognized as UNESCO masterpiece of the intangible heritage, at that time the BJP was in power. So it's hard not to notice those kinds of connections. However, to the best of my knowledge, and other people might know better, I've never seen Kuriatam directly involved or used for political purposes, for the purposes of Hindu nationalism. It's which is a bit surprising, because you would think that it's as an ancient Sanskrit theater that it could be easily co-opted, but as far as I've seen, it has not been.
But even in the history of theater, there had been very, very revolutionary movements in Kerala, in Tamil Nadu, and elsewhere, as far as language was concerned. There was even one was, especially in the Malayalam literature, and also, of course, in Tamil, there was a lot of protest when Malayalam was so much Sanskritized. It was Sanskritized, the vocabulary, and Malayalam has willingly accepted it. And I think it was a good development. I am not denying that. I am very, very happy about it. I have also learned Sanskrit, and I'm fond of the language, and I'm fond of the rich culture behind it. This is all not meant that way. But what I say, even in Kerala itself, there was a revolution called Pacha Malayalam. That means many of the writers and other people, literary people, they protested against this kind of Sanskritization. And there is a real division of that. And in Tamil Nadu, I need not say, it was not only a revolution of language, but even politically, the Dravida Munneta Kazhagam. That was all emphasizing. So I think even when we talk about art, this is my humble request, we shouldn't simply ignore the entire history of power and the entire dynamism, positive, negative, all the types of language. With language, you can play politics.
Yeah.
In Tamil Nadu, there was a time when it was so bad, Tamil Nadu was burning. Yeah. And even in Kerala, there was long protest, and theater pieces were written in Malayalam. Poetry was specifically said Pacha Malayalam poems, in the sense that these are realities of history.
Yeah.
And I don't think whether even in the case of art, dance, as such art, we should simply ignore these types of things and then to talk as if,
art and politics. So one of my chapters is looking at how, in a communist state, did an upper caste arts like Kuriatam, Kathakali, and Mohiniatam, how did those become the state national heritage, right? You would think that folk forms would have become, exactly because the leaders of the communist movement were Brahmin, right? And so that's very much related to the language, the development of the standardized Malayalam, which arts are accepted as heritage, which things get included in the narrative. It depends on who are those in power making those decisions. So
well, the same way.
I wonder if Dr. Valia Mangalam, excuse me, I wonder if we can move to other questions and topics that are directly connected with Kuriatam, and that might be. I think Manasicha has some. Thank you though for your thoughts, and your they're very well noted, and I think we're quite supportive of thinking of language and power and the connections between them. Manasicha, please.
Okay. Hi. So first of all, thank you so much for that fascinating presentation. I have learned a lot, and I have some maybe I have two questions. One is about the theoretical part. And this is, I mean, I have no idea, before coming to this, I mean, very little of what you're talking about in terms of content, but I did explore Pollock's Cosmopolis. And I was struggling during my, the course of my own research about directionality. So one way that you phrase is about this local theater and local languages being part of the Sanskrit cosmopolis, right? And I just wonder, do you see, or will you say that the other direction kind of happen as well? Meaning is, I think you kind of mentioned, but I just want to, I just wonder how far you want to go with it in terms of like, instead of saying that it's more about, okay, bringing this localized theater or into the Sanskrit part of the world, Sanskrit cosmopolis, can we say it's more about localizing Sanskrit, let's say, if I were to put it that way? The second question is about the role or location of English, especially in the contemporary multilingual theatrical context that you have explored.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. I'll start with the second question first, the role of English. Some artists are very proficient in English, particularly artists like we have Margi Vantu here, who have done a lot of international circulation, international collaborations. Also, artists of the Amanur Guru Kalam, particularly like Suraj, who I was speaking about, are fluent in Dr. Rajneesh and Aparna are all fluent in English, Kapila. But I would say the majority of Kuriatam actors and actresses and drummers do not speak fluent English. It's very basic. They can get along and they can understand certain things, but I was interviewing the majority of people in Malayalam, and only when the artists preferred to speak English to me, like the Amanur Gurukulam folks, was I interviewing in English, which is, you saw the quote by Suraj talking about Sanskrit as a foreign language, that misunderstanding was happening because he was talking to me in English. So translating these terms, because in English, that's any other language is a foreign language, right? So that's what resulted in that very interesting, productive conversation surrounding what language means. And in terms of, that's a really wonderful point. Thank you, that it's about, with the Sanskrit cosmopolis, not only about making the local part of the larger cosmopolitan imaginary, but localizing Sanskrit. And I think that I would, in a way, I would argue that it's more the latter, localizing Sanskrit in that context, like with the penning of these texts, Sanskrit plays in Kerala and performance of them. They were primarily, it seems, for a local audience. So the playwrights would have known that they could have circulated other places. But in terms of Kuriatam actors and actresses performing these plays, they weren't performing outside of Kerala at that time. These days, they're performing all over the world in India. So I think that's a very good point, that it was very much localizing Sanskrit for local meanings and local contexts. Yeah, thank you for that.
Their thoughts and questions. The one thought I'm having, right? I mean, just to turn back to the question of the body again as the site of expression, really, of communication and expression, and getting again to Dr. Velutat's point about Kuriatam as being a certain kind of lived commentary, right, of the text, which is being received from the tradition. So the localness of expression is attached to the body itself, right? There's a certain kind of anchoring that the body does for expression, for the language of Sanskrit, so I wonder if in some ways the anya bhasha, to make a pun, becomes an ananya bhasha, right? An incomparable language, a language that is unlike any other language when it's inscribed into the gestures and the movements and the rhythms. Let's not forget that Kuriatam cannot exist without the mirava there as well, right? So it's speaking along with. So I wonder if there's a certain kind of ananyatva that's happening, right? It's the mundane is being taken into a different space that really doesn't exist just by when it's Sanskrit by itself or when it's dance by itself. When it's, I wonder if there's something like that that's happening. Anyway, just amusing.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting. I think this process of what do you say, making something not an anya pasha, is more clear today in the age of democratized kuriyatam, where there's non-hereditary actors. Half of the community are now non-hereditary, because hereditary actors are then being trained and exposed to Sanskrit from a very, very young age. So in a sense, it's never an anya pasha for them. But like Sindhu Chichi and Kalambaram Shailaja, very much reflecting like, oh, I didn't come to this until I was a young teenager. So in that sense, the translation of Sanskrit from an anya pasha to a non-anya pasha through their body and through the practice. Yeah, that's a really great point.
Yeah, I guess I meant also ananya in the sense of incomparable or otherworldly. Ananya has that meaning of otherworldly, unrivaled, something that has no rival, has no
Well, I think we saw the parallels of the artists of the stage world and the everyday world.
Exactly. Yeah.
About. Yeah, and I do talk about that a little bit. The worlds are intertwined, but there are differences between them. Yeah.
I think Fabrizia, please. Prego. You're muted, though. We have to unmute. Oh, still muted, I believe. Yeah.
You have to unmute yourself. I can't hear you.
No, the audio, you have to press on the audio button. There we go.
No, I couldn't see it.
Yes.
Two things. One about language. That the way you speak about Sanskrit in Malayalam or Manipravalam is exactly what happens in the European languages that, so to say, come from Latin, because they also have all the intelligent words are in Greek or they're mixed, like television. Tele is Greek, vision is Latin, etc. Telephone, exactly the same. And a very big number of other, all more or less in German, if I'm not wrong. All the medical words are Greek, like this bone here, astragalus, and so on, which means the dice to play with. There's a piece of bone and it came from this. And so it happens all over the world, that there are some dominant languages in terms of cultural important things. So that's one, which is interesting. Plus, Sanskrit doesn't come from the north, it comes from the west and the north. So it's either Iran, which means Arya Putra means son of an Iranian someone, because Arya was the ancient name of Iran. There was a big continuity in all that land. I'm very bad in geography, but I know that. But my question is very much like the one of Jay Soni. It's about the experience of the performer on stage. Does the body of the performer either stiffen up when they speak Sanskrit or not? Or does it become the other way around? Does the Sanskrit become so ingrained in the performer experience or acting that their own language becomes somehow redundant or wrong? There are parts where they have to use Sanskrit, parts where they use Manipravalam, parts where they use Malayalam. Where did you see, looking at them on stage, that they were kind of more relaxed? Or was it all the same because they were so used to everything that it didn't make any difference? And this is
an interesting question. I wasn't looking. I hadn't even thought to try to look on stage to see. I was mostly just trying to ask actors themselves about their own experiences. But I would argue that there is no difference. And Margi Madhu would be wonderful to ask him what he thinks. But when you think of the majority of performances in mudras that don't have corresponding verses, shlokas, and those mudras are governed by, in that context, Malayalam grammar instead of Sanskrit grammar. And when you're learning the mudras, like you in your head, you Enkilopanda, Surya Vamshamai, you're learning that the text in your head is in Malayalam. But once you get to an expert level, I think I talked to Madhuashan about it once, and he said the text falls away. Right? So that's mostly for the beginners, having this Malayalam text in your head until you've somehow fully incorporated the text in the mudras without hearing that text in your head anymore. But the mudras still have the Malayalam grammar. So I think it just becomes like you're learning through the body, and it becomes just so part of your body experience over time that the mind doesn't play as large of a role in it. But I would love to hear Madhuashan's experience. Yeah.
I wonder if it is something very similar to what happens with the learning of classical Indian music. It's not done with a notation, so no text. It needs, I mean, it's only been taken with notation now, and it's not really perfect as far as I know from the musicologists, but they learn by heart. They learn by heart, so they need a very good ear, even the actors, you know, the chakyas. But the musicians, they need a very good ear, and they need to be very humble and repeat and keep sort of learning by rote. And then, but like after 10, 15, 13 years, so 20 even, then they can do improvisations that have to do with what they feel and so on. But before, they have to know the technique very well. This is what my dance teacher was telling me. It was only Bharatanatyam much easier, not all these techniques. And number two, sorry, technical question. Why do you say mudra and they called hasta?
In Kuriatam, it's mudras. They don't use hasta. In Kuriatam, they don't use the word hasta. Hasta is a type of mudra, but hasta padaga mudraikyam. But they refer to hand gestures. The word is
mudra. To mudra usually. Yeah, no, I'm asking because it's a kind of new development, I think, all over, that they use mudra, but mudra is another thing. It means a seal, like when you do nyasa, a religious thing. Then you block your body with mudra, which means a seal. But I think that lots of dance books now say mudra, but before, I mean, usually I used to be reprimanded when I said mudra instead of hasta.
And mentioning the musicians in Kuriatam, it's the same process, 14, 15 years of learning before you're able to or allowed to elaborate yourself. So you have to embody the tradition of your guru and get everything perfect and correct before then you have the ability and power and license to elaborate yourself.
License. Thank you very much. It was a very interesting talk. I forgot to say that in the beginning.
Thank you.
Can I ask Jay to ask his question? He says, may I ask a question about the experience of the performer on stage? Would be also lovely to see you again after many
Yes,
years,
Adish, so nice to see
Jay.
you again.
Yeah.
And thank you for organizing this fantastic program. I wasn't able to listen to everything, but I listened to your talk with much interest. And my question was in the context of the experience of the actor on the stage itself, on the basis of an analogy that I had heard from my Sanskrit teacher. And he related the story of a well-known actor, so well-known that in the performance of a play where the actor played the king himself allowed him to use his crown on the stage. And during the performance, the crown fell onto the floor of the stage and the actor continued. And then the king was obviously very irritated by this and went to him and asked him, how could you let this crown fall on the stage and leave it there? And the actor said, on the stage, I was the king, and I will not stoop to pick up anything. So my question was in context of this anecdote, and I was wondering whether you had similar stories of actors who are aware of everything. So they know that this person has just walked into the audience, and at the same time continue presenting themselves in the role they are playing without the audience knowing anything of what is going through the actor's mind and the control, the fantastic control that he has of a experienced actor that only he himself or herself knows what difference there is in the different performances, even of the same scenes or plays or whatever. So my question is whether you have such experiences from actors, Kodiyatam actors.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I would say with the experienced master actors like Margi Madhu, complete control on stage and being aware of everything that's happening and yet staying cool, calm, and collected in your character is very much part of the performance. And particularly if you're doing the verbal, right? Like Shakya Kutu, Prabandha Kutu, or Vidu Shaka, because you're constantly scoping the audience to relate audience members to the narrative in a humorous way. And so, you'll point at someone and they notice people walking in late. So I definitely heard stories of people saying, oh, the first time I saw Chakyar Kutu, I remember my father and I walked in late and we tried to remain unobtrusive so no one would see us. And the Chakyar went, you. So really noticed every single detail that was happening in the audience environment. So particularly in that context, incorporating it into the performance itself. But I would say also in the heroic roles of Vesham, where you're not interacting with the audience in that sense, they're still very much aware of everything that goes on while having the power to stay in performance and to not be disturbed by the environment, kind of staying in the zone in a sense.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I had the similar experience with Madhuet, and just in Murikulam, I was pointed at and things were said. But thankfully, I did not know enough Malayalam to know what was being said. It was small mercies in that sense. But in fact, if Madhu is there, Madhu and Indu, if you want to comment, we would love to hear your thoughts on some of these things of how Sanskrit is trained and used and the experience of the performer on stage. And we'll be getting ready for your performance here in a few minutes.
Yeah, a very nice paper of Leah. And the thing is, actually, hello?
Yeah.
Actually, we discussed the things about the language and the power of the language. There's only the academic things. As a performer, it's not a issue. It's we are using Sanskrit or we are using Malayalam or we are using Manipravalam. It's not a issue for actor or actress, because after some time, when they start their practice, they know this is Sanskrit and this is Pragar, this is the grammar, other thing, everything. But after some time, this is part of their body, because when you first we teach, okay, mommy or mother or father. Then when you call your father or your mother, you are not conscious what is this, what is the language I use. I'm using English or I'm using Malayalam. It's not an issue, because it's a very natural things for him or her. So like that, in the performance on the stage, that's not an issue. But in the academic things, we discuss what is the power of the language. So I think in contemporary, she said, because the Sanskrit is very powerful language, so the male actors, they know the Sanskrit, so they are powerful. The female the actress, they have not that much familiar with Sanskrits. But now I think in contemporary scenario, the English is more powerful in Kodiyatam, because uh, the main thing is how you to present to your art form in abroad through the mic, not through the performance. So I think now the English is more powerful than Sanskrit in Kodiyatam, because not on stage, but you when you perform, not only in Kodiyatam, I think most of the art forms now what happen is not important how you present in your about your performance. That's the main thing. So I think anyhow is a Sanskrit is very powerful. I think because that's not only in the power, because the beauty of the Sanskrit also, the language, beauty of the language. So when you are rendering one shloka, okay, without meaning, you have no idea about the meaning, but some beauty of the sound. Some of the great poets like Kunchan Nambiar in Malayalam, he do some words. If we have no idea about the meaning, but with the sounds, we can understand the emotion of the character. So I think meaning is the second one.
I would like to add one more thing in that. As, when you say the comments like the power and language, I have a humble request to the academicians that you also have to think how you are engaging the power with the artists. Now, I know that from the subaltern theories and all, it is very easy to interpret that Sanskrit is the language of power. And now in India, the Sanskrit and Hindu are getting more identified and the others are marginalized. It is very easy to get these ideas. And you just think about the artists who were using Sanskrit even before the scenario starts. And I know that there was a time in the history when our ancestors used to interpret the Sanskrit prabandhas in the temple, and they don't have even enough food to eat. At that time also, the language was Sanskrit. So when it is being politicized, then the power and Sanskrit comes together. Of course, there are different layers in connection with the day-to-day life, and the power politics between man and women are there. But it is not concerned with the Sanskrit. Actually, when it is politicized according to the academicians, then now also you are just giving some kind of pressure to the artists, because I feel a sort of inferiority. Oh, I am using Sanskrit, so I should feel inferior. That now I am, as I am being the part of the power politics, so I have some inferiority in me because I am speaking Sanskrit. That is not the case. So when you apply the subaltern theories directly to the art form, which has been evolved with many years, more than 1,000 years, there are different times in the history where, of course, it faced the power. Of course, we can explain this in another way when we discuss about the Vidushaka. So I am sure that the theater has traveled along with different kind of power politics from the period of Kulashekara and to the postmodern scenario. But at the same time, this theater has its own protest against the power, and it always questioned the living world order at all the time in the history. Even now, I think that even without knowing the meaning, maybe our friend Adish has experienced some of it on the stage.
Thank you, Dr. Indu and Mantashan. Those very important points. Yeah, not to push academic ideas onto the art form. So that's why my research, I primarily base it in interviews with the artists. So my main goal is to represent as best as I can their perspective on the Kuriatam world and the meanings of the languages and performance over time. Yeah, thank you.
Well, if there are any other questions, otherwise, why don't we please join me in thanking Leah for really a remarkable work, and we can't wait to see the book. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
So we'll pause here. Why don't I suggest, why don't we take 10, 15 minutes? I want to talk with Indu, Madhu. Maybe we talk on WhatsApp just to get the clips and everything organized. So let's say it's 11:39 here. If it's okay, 15 minutes, is that okay? We can people can hang out, and then I just want to make sure that we do the right, buttons, press the right buttons and so on. So okay, thank you once again, and see you in 15 minutes from now.
Ja, ist wirklich sehr gut. Ja, ich bin schon so. Mhm.
Okay, so we can return to our seats and get started with the feature attraction, the main performance of the day. So I think we're all quite ready for we've been all anticipating this session, right, with Nepatya. Let me just to tell you a few things about Nepatya. I can re-share this when this is happening. So located next to an old Lakshmana temple in the historically important village of Murikulam in Kerala, not far from Kochi International Airport. Nepatya has operated a Kutambalam since 1998, which has kept alive the noted Ammanur lineage of Gudiyattam. Nepatya is led by Margi Madhu Chakyar, a living culture bearer of this tradition, as well as Dr. Induji, who is herself a very highly accomplished performer, scholar, and teacher of the Kerala performing arts, including Nangyar Kutta and Kudiyattam and many other things as well. I learn something from both of them every time I speak with them, I have to say, including today. So over the past 2 decades, Nepatya has been tirelessly dedicated to preserving, performing, and teaching Kudiyattam and the related traditions. In a traditional style, they also conduct formal and historical research, and they are dedicated to fostering democratic relationships among the performing artists within the center. They've performed all over the world and have done much to revitalize this tradition and how it's appreciated on a global level. Indeed, in how they've promoted the appreciation of Kudiyattam worldwide. In 2018, a full ensemble from Nepatya had performed the Balivadham here at UBC at the Chan Center for the World Sanskrit Conference that we had been lucky to host. It was the first time that this tradition of Sanskrit theater had been performed in Western Canada, and there were more than 800 people here at the show. It was the largest performance of Kudiyattam ever in North America. Right. We were trying to do the same thing this year, but we're so sad that due to the visa issues and all of the power, speaking of language and power, that we couldn't do the repeat performance this time. We'll do it now at some point again. I feel we should still try in the future. But at the same time, we're very happy that Madhu, Indu, Srihari, Yadu, Rahul, all of the rest can be with us here through this Zoom technology and through all of the hard work that they've put into it. In today's presentation, I titled it Nepatye, right, in the backstage, or in Nepatya itself. They're going to walk us through some different intricacies of Kudiyattam, other Kerala performing arts for dummies like me who don't know the difference between X or Y or Z, as the case may be, but with also a focus on the different ways and reasons maybe also that humor, hasya, is produced within Kudiyattam. So the other thing I want to mention is that so tomorrow we'll also have another session with them in the last session of tomorrow's symposium. But also, if any of you are in the area, I think maybe 1 or 2 of you are here. If anyone wants to get a flight to come to Vancouver before Tuesday, we still will have a premiere screening of the Kalyana Saugandhikam, which they were supposed to perform here, but they've recorded now, and we'll screen it in a room at UBC. So if anyone is local, please come. I've ordered a lot of Kerala food, and there will be will be it'll be a nice way to see them as well. We'll have them come say hello as well. So please, just to let you know that we still will be having some kind of event here, even though unfortunately they couldn't come. Okay, so without further ado, then please join me to welcome Madhu and Indu. And I'll let you take it away. There may be some, we still work on the videos. If it doesn't work, we might have to switch videos. But I think it should be good.
Namaste to all. First of all, we would like to thank UBC and Professor Adhish for taking the effort to make this event happen, because we know that you went through many obstacles, and finally, after different plans, somehow you managed to make this happen. So we all are here as you have named the session Nebadhya Ensemble, and having little bit sad about that we could not come there and make your dream fulfill. So we are so sorry about that. Even then, we hope that we can do our level best to make this opportunity maximum communicative. And as this is the ensemble Nebadhya, I would like to introduce each one of them in front of this audience. And just shifting to the phone to introduce them.
Actor and Nebadhya Yadu Krishnan. Actor and Nebadhya Srihari Chakyar, also actor. Kalamandalam Manikanthan, the drummer, Meow drummer, and Nebadhya Jinesh, also the drummer of Meow. Nebadhya Ashwin, also Meow drummer, and Kalanilayam Rajan, the Edakya player, and Nebadhya Aradi, she is a female. She do female characters, actress. And Kalanilayam Srijit Sundaran is the makeup man. We have one more makeup man, Kalamandalam Sadishan, but he not attend today because some personal issues. So this is the group.
Shall we start? Actually, as Adhish told, we are just showing the difference between the different Keralite art forms in the beginning. As an introduction, we are first showing the different art forms of Kerala and how they differ each other. Usually, people ask, what is the difference between Kathakali and Kudiyattam if they are not familiar with Keralite art forms? They are asking this doubt because of the similarity between the face makeup and the gesture language which they see in two art forms. This happened because Kathakali evolved in 17th century. It adapted the makeup and costume of Kudiyattam in many levels. Actually, Kathakali is a dance drama where the actors never speak. The dialogue of the characters will be sung by the two singers who control the timing. The language also is Manipravaha, a mix of Malayalam and Sanskrit in Kathakali. Now we can see a small segment from Kathakali and also from Tullal and Kudiyattam. We have taken the same story thread so that you can identify the difference. So the story is from Kalyana Saugandhika, where you can see that Bhima going in search of Saugandhika flowers to fulfill the desire of his beloved Panchali. So on the way, he happens to meet his elder brother Hanuman. So we have taken that segment where Hanuman also wishes to test how strong is his younger brother. And Bhima is asking the Hanuman to move away from his way. That is the moment we have taken. And first we will watch how it is being done in Kathakali. Let us watch that.
So this is a small segment of Kathakali. Is Bhima, the actor is Injakad Ramachandran Pilla. He is the former principal of Margi Trivandrum, and Hanuman is Kalamandalam Ritishan. So in Kathakali, each dialogue, then they do a dance. It's called Kalasham. But this is the peculiarity of Kathakali. It's a dance drama. So each and every dialogue, they finish one or two lines, then they do a dance. this is the form of Kathakali. Then we go to Tullal. So Kalamadalam Mohana Krishnan is the performer.
Now, we are going to see the same scene from Tullal. Here you can see that singing is by the actor himself. It is a solo performance to tell the story. Its gesture language is not so elaborated as we have watched in Kathakali or we are going to watch in Kodiyatam, and it has a folk touch also. We can see it. Now we are moving to the Kodiyatam segment, which is dealing with the same context and the same moment. Here the characters themselves deliver the dialogue. It's purely a theater form where dance has minimum space. Here you can see Bhima trying to move the tail of Hanuman. You can see that the gesture language has some similarity, but the space and time and energy levels of Kathakali and Kodiyatam is different.
Bhima Nebathya Srihari Chakyar and Hanuman Nebathya Rahul Chakyar. So this is the difference of Kathakali, Tullal and Kudiyatam. And now we see some photographs also because the makeup is almost same. So the who are not familiar with the Kerala classical forms, they don't understand what is the difference of Kathakali and Kudiyatam. So now we saw some photographs also in Kathakali and Kudiyatam. Yeah, this is the pacha for noble characters. This the left side is Kathakali and the right side is Kudiyatam. You see is some difference. You see the crown difference of the crown in Kudiyatam, the red and white shade in the back, but Kathakali is not like that. And the costumes are also a little bit different, and the bindi is the uh, the forehead, some names that's also different. This is the noble for noble character is called Pacha, and this is Katti for like Ravana for cruel characters. And this is Tadi, the beard characters like Bali. And this is Pajuka. Pajuka means the yellow shaded face for Dhira Shanda characters. And this is a female characters in Kathakali and Kudiyatam or Nangyarkutta. The same makeup for Kudiyatam and Nangyarkutta. And this is Hanuman. And this Shurpanakha, the Demoness characters. So this is the difference. Now I hope you get some idea about who are not familiar with Kathakali and Kudiyatam. You get some idea about what is the difference of Kathakali and Kudiyatam. Then we go to directly go to the Kudiyatam lecture demonstration.
Kudiyatam is the enactment of Sanskrit plays. It has a history of more than 1,000 years. Rasabhinaya, the manifestation of internal feelings, has a major role in Kudiyatam. Nritya, which is a combination of dance and expression, is based on bhava, which is the base of rasa. And Natya is based on rasa, only the expressions. No importance for dance movements. As Kudiyatam is a Natya, rasa has been explored in detail. In Indian acting concept, 9 emotions are considered as major rasas. Sringara, love, Veera, valor, Karuna, grief, Adbhuta, wonder, Hasya, laughter, Bhayanaka, fear, Bibhalsa, disgust, Raudra, anger, Shanta, peace are the Navarasas. Now we can see a small segment which depicts Navarasas.
This is Shringara.
Veeram, valor. Karunam, grief. Adbhudam, wonder. Hasyam, laugh. Bhayanagam, fear. Bibharsam, discuss. Raudram, anger. Shandam, tranquility.
As we have seen now, Kudiyatam has a detailed way of expressing rasas. It is minute and in-depth. When we say facial expressions, it doesn't mean that only face is involved in rasa. The whole body is the medium of expression. You can see rasa in the body of actor or actress. Today, we are presenting this session by taking hasya, laughter, as the major element. Hasya from different episodes of Kudiyatam is being taken here as examples. Nangyar Kutu and Chakyar Kutu, which are the two related art forms of Kudiyatam, is also being taken. They are solo performances. Chakyar Kutu and Nangyar Kutu are solo performances. In Chakyar Kutu is verbal narration in Malayalam, the local language of Kerala, and Nangyar Kutu is the enactment through gestures, same as in Kudiyatam. The hasya in Kudiyatam is not a simple joke or comedy. According to the context, the actor expresses it through voice, body postures, and facial expressions. Sometimes the bhava of a character might be fear, but the context make it laughter in the minds of the audience. We can take an example from Torana Yuddham. Here we can see how Shankukarna, the garden keeper of Ravana, approaches and deliver the news that one monkey has destroyed the Ashoka garden of Ravana. Here you can see in the video that Ravana is asking, tell me what happened. Then in fear, Shankuvarna cannot explain clearly, but he stutter between the words. He replies that unknowingly happened. Unknowingly came someone. Then Ravana asks him to tell it quickly. Ravana is angry. Again, Shankuvarna is stuttering and repeating the same, unknowingly someone. Then Ravana asks, who? Then again he repeats, someone, someone. And then Ravana also repeats the same dialogue, teasing him. And again asks, who did that? Then Shankuvarna replies that by a monkey. Then Ravana feels ashamed and starts to tell something to Shankuvarna. But Shankuvarna hears only that go, and he started going. He started running, and suddenly Ravana stops Shankuvarna and tell him to go and bring him chained. Then Shankuvarna replies that, as your order. Even though I explained the translation, I am sure that from the video, you will get the meaning even without knowing the meaning of Sanskrit. So that is also the reply for the previous discussions, that where there is no medium of language, the actor's body and emotion can communicate something. And whatever is the language, Malayalam or Sanskrit or Prakrit, is one intermediate position where you can rely on. And this segment is being enacted by Nebadhya Yedukrishnan. Ravana is being done by Nebadhya Yedukrishnan, and Shankuvarna, Nebadhya Rahul Chakya. Next scene, also been taken from Torana Yuddham. Here you can see that Hanuman has reached in Ravana's court and feeling insulted because Ravana has not welcomed him or given him proper seat. He takes a seat and sit on that. Then he realized that his seat is not tall as Ravana's throne. Here, Hanuman makes the seat taller with his tail. Then look at Ravana and see the fly whisk and parasol. Again, with his tail, he imitates the fly whisk and parasol. Then he count his 10 faces and 20 hands. And then starts asking Ravana, "O king, are you fine?" So this is the meaning of the dialogue. But in the gesture, he shows that, "Did you finish your son's post-funeral deeds, whom I have been killed?" Here, the hasya is in the action itself, not like in Shankukarna. Hasya meant for hasya. We can see that. Hanuman is by Margi Madhu Chakyar, Ravana by Rahul Chakyar, and Vibhishana by Nebadhya Yadukrishna. segment is also from Torana Yuddham. Here, as from Shankarna, Ravana came to know that a monkey has destroyed his garden. He thinks that, is it been planned by Devas? Then he says that, if it is so, I will teach them a lesson. With my army, I will reach heaven, and with my spear, I will make them suffer. Here Ravana enacts piercing Deva with spear, calling them Amritashina. You have cheated us and enjoyed the Amrit, the nectar. Then the actor turns as Devas and enacts that, don't do this. We are Amritashina. We can't die because we have enjoyed the nectar. Here the actor changes between Ravana and the Devas and enacts this repeatedly. Here, even though Devas are presenting the pathetic situation of their own, the viewers are enjoying it as laughter.
Yeah, Ravana.
Ravana, Nebadhya, Srihari Chakya. Next is a small segment from Nangyar Kuthu, which is the recapitulation of the character Kalpaladika in Subhadra Dhananjayam. And the backstory of Kalpaladika is been elaborating Krishna stories. And this segment is taken from the portion Kamsavadham, where Krishna with his friends reaches Madhura for the Dhanuryaga. So there different people are seeing Krishna and having different emotions on Krishna. And the segment here is taken of the cruel kings. They happens to see that Krishna is approaching. So one king is telling to the other that, oh, look at Krishna, he is approaching. He is a silly boy and we can chain him and make him jump like a monkey. So he explains how it is. So he says how he will ask the monkey to jump from one side to another. And when the monkey jumps, he will again ask to jump to the next side. Like that, he enacts how his monkey is being played. And like this, we can play out of this silly boy. So the actress is enacting as the cruel kings. Acting by me, Indu. I think we can have some discussions now on these segments.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's just brilliant. Really just brilliant. I have 7 lack questions and thoughts and so on. Maybe if others can chime in first before I start. Because with Hasya, there's so many different ideas that pop up every time I see humor. You know, what makes monkeys funny? That's what I'm thinking of. You know, that's the common thread in all of this is the Vanara, right? What's so funny about Vanaras and so on. But if others have comments, thoughts, once again, yeah, it's incredible. Just even from being so far away, yet you can feel the power of the art. Mhm. If anyone has thoughts, people are thinking, I'm sure. Elena?
I I have many, but also I know that there it's quite late.
Mm.
So I'm going to keep it short. I just maybe one question is that strikes me always when I see Kuriatam is an Nangarkut and I mean actually also in different ways, but also in Chakyarkut that so how the Hasya can be placed in so many different location. And I think that's also what you were trying to show with this selection of portions. So if you like many location, I meant that it can be in the body, more in the body, or through the body, in the way it is enacted. Something is is represented through the body. In other case, in the text, in the words, so to say, and if you feel there is a difference, so these are different medium, and if you feel this then creates different type of hasya somehow, or if you feel a nuance of hasya depending on the medium, like if when the irony is in the difference, for example, between the gesture and the words, like you showed in one example, or when the hasya is in the way the tail is rounded so that it creates the pidam. So it's like there are so many ways of hasya and nuanced in this acting. So that was my question. If you should say, if you feel there is this kind of scope, this kind of spectrum.
Yeah, actually, we have a different through the sound. So usually the Hanumans actually he asks Abhikushali, Abhikushali Bhavan. Okay, so when the rendering the Bhavan is actually in Sanskrit is very is Abhikushali Bhavan is very normally is very honestly or very with respect, polite with respect, but is Api Kushali Bhavan Bhavan. When the sound is so the modulation of the voice modulation is make hasyam. So sometimes is the hasya is through the body's movements, you shake the body, or you can to close your body is make hasyam sometimes. Sometimes the meaning of the words, meaning of the words, that's also make hasya. So the hasyas, different levels of hasya, like the Atmastham and Parastham also. Actually, in the Shankarna is very full of fear, but the audience feel is like a hasya. So it's Atmastham and Parastham. In Shankarna is Atmastham is Bhayam, but Parastham is hasya is Parastham for audience. So different layers of hasyas in the performance.
Thank you.
Anyone other comments, questions? A couple of things were striking me when there were so many things. When you were doing Navarasa, right? The Navarasa, which was brilliant when you were doing the Navarasa, the Hasya seemed to be close to Karuna to me, like the way that the face, is very similar, but different. When Hasyan was being performed, is there any? Oh, the other question I had is there a particular order in which you're performing the Navarasas, or is that just random when you did the rasas?
No, usually we are order take this like this Sringara, Hasya, Karuna, Adbhuta, Hasya, Bhayanaga, Vivarsara, Udra, Shandaha, like this. And the Hasyam actually somehow some similarities of Karuna, the body movements somehow, but actually that is happening in our normal life also. When you laugh too much, then your tears come through your eyes and your body shaking. When you are choose grief, also something you can weeping, then so your body also shaking. So some kind of similarities there. At the same time, the experience is totally different because the breath control is when do the hasya, we take the breath from the neck, then stop it. But in the when grief, we take the breath from the neck and from the navel, then it's stuck on your chest. So when
I see.
then your blood vessels is come, the blood come, and then you change your color of your face. It's like a mukharagam, like that. Something
I
in the
see.
in the Natisas also describe that mukharagam.
Amazing. Yeah. Fabrizio, please. Yeah.
I have something to say in that also. I think I may be wrong, but I think that usually the type of laughter that you make on stage is not vulgar. It is usually controlled. This is why it looks a bit like the other. But the most important thing is what he said, the breathing is what makes you do a lot of things. And if you breathe in a certain way, you cry, no? I'm asking the patje. I think if you control your breathing, the way your breath goes, exactly when it stops here in the plectrum, then you might even cry. You have like a knot that cannot come undone. And once we had a demonstration with a girl from Pune who was showing us she made a Western actor breathe in a way that she was making breathe, and he started almost crying because she made him breathe. She made him use a breath in the way that you would do. And the other thing which is fantastic, the way you use your eyes in many different directions, and where it can move here, this part that keeps moving in different ways. If you're laughing, or if you're angry, or if you're in love, that the first time was wonderful. I called my daughter to come and see it because she's an artist. She had to see that. She was very happy to see it.
Yeah. By the way, I've put the playlist in the chat if you want to copy paste it, you can,
copy
of
that.
all of the videos. Yeah.
It's really fantastic. And when I'm sorry, I didn't get your names yet because I was so interested that I didn't know.
Madhu and Indu. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
She also, I mean, the way her face changed looking at the thing was really amazing. I loved it a lot. I mean, compliments, really, it's so good. And it's difficult to ask questions because too much.
We're left speechless. David, please. Yeah.
Thank you. Fantastic.
It's so wonderful.
I'm so sorry I haven't seen you in life.
I'm so reminded that the Sanskrit aestheticians remind us about the difference, excuse me, between and rasa. Because when you're performing the Navarasa, it's pleasure. Everything is pleasure. It's delight. It's aesthetic delight. The emotions underneath, of course, we know what they are, but it's transformed. It's always transformed into aesthetic pleasure. So I was watching Adish and others, and we're smiling all the way through. We're not feeling those emotions. We're feeling the rasa of those emotions. And the demonstration, both the Navarasa and the segments from the performances illustrate this so much. The other thing, I think it was Indu's comment about the body language, which of course is the title of the symposium. It's so true that even in classical Sanskrit drama, when there was Sanskrit and Prakrit, but now in Kuriatam, where we, you know, in the Kerala performances, where we have Mani Pravalam and we have Malayalam, it's the body language that ties all these languages together. And it's so exciting to see that. And actually, it's kind of a revelation to see it without the makeup and the costumes. That was something I had been many, many years ago to Kerala to see performances, but I have not seen something like this. And it sort of uncovers something from it. So thank you.
Can I? Oh, go ahead. Madhu, please. Oh, it's muted.
Sorry. Actually, I would like to convey my thanks to who are see the performance, and we'll try to express the emotion, but not only these things are not only the mechanical things. At the same times, we are creating some kind of thought process for each emotions. At the same time, we are practice the movements of the face, the muscles, and every day we practice the muscles to lose the muscles. Like this. And the eyebrows. So this is every day. Because of that, the Sudha, she said at least 10 to 15 years for the average actor become as an average actor. So it needs more, not like other art forms. It takes so much time because at the same time, in the language case also, the Kuriatam actor or actress, she learned Sanskrit and Malayalam and the Manipravalam. At the same time, you are reading the other literature also, not only the Kuriatam things. Because yes, Kuriatam has a thousand of years history. At the same time, you are present in front of the contemporary audience, so you know about what happening in the society, what is the sense of the what is the change of the sense of the society, how they approach the things. So maybe in the 100 years before, one actor approach a female character or a Sita or Ravana, even Ravana looks Sita, not like today's concept, because the society's concept is changing. So we should aware about that. So be aware about the society and what is the changes in the happening in the society. At the same time, you are aware about because you are doing as a Ravana, not like a contemporary character. So some kind of mixing or some balancing these things.
Any other comments we have? Fabrizia, please go ahead. Yeah, thank you.
I have a funny comment because of what you say. I wrote it in the chat, but I don't think anyone had time to see it. Something I read in the Journal of the Indian Arts like 30 years ago, and it's a beautiful story. It's true that I think it happened in Katakale, not Kodiatam, but there was a young actress playing Sita. And of course, when Ravana tries to seduce her, she was saying, no, no. And then Ravana was, I think, the very famous actor, Gopinath someone. And he was so good that she fell into his arms for a moment. She forgot that she was Sita. She fell in love with him for 2 minutes. And then she found out. So then it was Adbhuta. And then all the public laughed. And she was so taken. And she had to run off, and then she came back again and played normally. But she could not feel the wrong emotion. Instead of giving us rasa, she felt it herself. And I think it's amazing. It means the actor was too good compared to her. And I was really amazed by your performances. Thank you.
If others want to give comments in the chat, please feel free to type if you're too shy to speak. I have a different question, or maybe Jinesh or someone can answer. So the other thing I noticed with the Navarasas and then throughout the performance is that the Mirava is played differently with each rasa. For especially Shanta, you notice there's a particular tempo and rhythm that's done. They're changing. But so is there so the Mirava players, how would they already know, or are they reading the actor? Are you reading the actor to know which rasa to produce on the Mirava? Maybe you can speak some from the backside, from the from the other direction,
Yeah. For every drummer, we should have an idea about the actor. The actors are different. Madhuvartan is different from Rahul. Rahul is different from Srihiri. So we should have an idea about how they are acting, and the length of the mudra, the length of the feelings, emotions. We should have idea about all different actors, and the length of the for each mudra will be different. So for a drummer, we should have an idea. The idea will comes from the practice session itself. So from the practice session, we have an idea about the length. So on the stage, we will memorize that, we will follow the actor, and we will try to maximum cooperate with the actor. So each actor's length is different, and each actor's power is different. Power is also different. So a drummer should have an idea about the power and length and everything.
Yeah, and then
so especially for the Navarasa, actually it's a capsule thing happening on the stage. Actually, for Navarasa is particularly separately doing is a separate thing. Otherwise, it will be included in the performance itself. So For the separate one, for Navarasa, there is no special training is happening, just following the actor. Nothing special training is.
I see. So it's not that if you're having Raudra, it's this particular way of doing it.
No, no, no.
You're just imitating.
We are just
you're
improvising.
Feeling. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh.
We just to convey the feeling.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no, just personally, I've always tried in tabla. I've been trying to find rasas, how to express rasas using tabla. So that's to me, I was, because I played tabla. So but I haven't been able to find rasas in tabla. Only adbhuta, which I can't do. So shanta mostly. Yeah. So thank you very much. It was really amazing, of course. Yeah. Yeah. Other questions, thoughts? The crowd is stunned into silence. Well, if going once, twice, if there's no more questions, we can let them sleep because it's almost 2 a.m. over there in India. And we have to get up again and tomorrow we'll turn to Bharnas, right? And we'll have Professor Baldisera will start us off at 8 a.m. tomorrow and at 8:30 p.m. for India time tomorrow. And we'll hear about her Dr. Baldisera's journeys through Bharna translation, and then we'll have another roundtable session with Nepatya again, where we think through the idea of using what we've learned today to make better translations, perhaps, of Sanskrit texts, Bharnas, if we can. So again, thank you all for joining us. Thank you to Nepatya, Madhuvartan, Indu.
Okay, thank you, Atish, and all the participants who are attending the session. Thank you.
It was a real blessing to receive from you, from Kerala, from Murikura.
Yeah. Thank you.
And thank you all for bearing with us for 7 hours as we made it through a monster day. Tomorrow we'll have a second round. Hope to see everyone tomorrow. Dhanyawadaha, punarmilamaha. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leah.
Okay.